reports. I'll let you. We're having some technical difficulties logging in. Were you able to log in, Commissioner? You are? She's, okay, thank you for fixing them. I can begin then. I'm going to call to order Committee Number 12, Legislative Affairs. And I'm going to begin with, we're getting an echo. You, we're going to be having our, I'll just begin Committee Number 12, if you'll read the first item.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. State Legislative Report presented by Mr. Theo Morrison.
Thank you. And I'm going to begin. Mr. Morrison is on his way up with the state report. I'm going to begin, though, with our federal report. The federal lobbyist is not going to be present, but you should have in your possession and have received by emails, all commissioners, both the federal and state reports. Our federal lobbyist, Cornerstone, sent a report that I'm going to just go briefly through. Commissioner Sugarman, thank you for your work on the federal appropriations, and I'll just start with that. So in fiscal year 25, which was the previous year, as our body submitted 3 requests for funding, and these are technically what's called earmarks, and we did receive a $1 million earmark for the Youth and Family Resource Center. And that request was successful, and the other 2 were not, but they were resubmitted for the current fiscal year. It should be noted, this is from Cornerstone, that the one for the Resource Center has not been received because of the continuing resolution that is going on right now. And so we expect to at some point receive those funds, but have not as of yet.
Point of information.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
okay, and thank you. And so you said it's going to be resubmitted, so those
We
2
did,
that fail.
the 2 that were not successful last year are in the bank for this year, as she says on the top.
Okay, for
They
2025, not 2026. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, this is actually for 2026. See at the top, fiscal year 26. So right now is when we're submitting for fiscal year 26. You do it a year ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. And the other information in our report from Cornerstone is interesting, I think. We did have meetings up there in March where with both Senator Blackburn, Representative Cohen, Representative Kustoff, and then got to see Senator Haggerty and Senator Blackburn on Tennessee Tuesday. And I think there were about 4 or 5 of us, plus the administration that traveled. Currently, they gave us the Hill update. Congress is focusing on the reconciliation package, and I'm sure everyone's heard a lot about that recently, but the House did pass the big, beautiful bill after much, I think it was just by 1 vote. And according to Cornerstone, it's got a long way to go as it goes through the Senate, and then time will tell what happens with that. And they will keep us updated. The House passed that bill on May 27th. Now it's with the Senate. They're saying final passage may not occur until mid to late July, but hopefully before the August recess. And so the conclusion from them is that they'll just continue to update us on the status of our earmark requests and the reconciliation process. She did note also that there's a House Appropriations Subcommittee that's of interest to Shelby County on July 7th, Monday, July 7th. It's the Transportation HUD Subcommittee. And I think given this body's interest in the past around transportation and the funding that we've received, that's why that was added, and I think they'll monitor that for us. So with that, I'll entertain questions. Well, actually, I won't entertain questions. If you have questions, please send them to Cornerstone Commissioners, and we'll, unless, I don't see anybody in the queue, but my computer's not up and working yet. Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I was listening to your remarks from the office, but I think I saw, are we waiting on our state guest to arrive? I think I saw him in the parking lot.
He told me he's in the garage, so
Okay,
he'll be
okay.
up in just a moment, and thank you for letting me know that. So with that, we'll just adjourn this. Oh, good, I can't see, so I'm going to look at your screen. Commissioner Sugarman.
So thank you. And I see that infrastructure is really a big concern here in Shelby County. And so as far as TDOT and the infrastructure, as far as our roads, widening roads and things of that nature, I spoke to, and I know this is kind of off topic maybe, but state representatives, and they're saying that they would like to meet on a regular basis, monthly, and that's including all local legislators, like all the 7 munis, aldermen, city councilmen, as well as commissioners and state representatives. So what is the update of that? Are we going to start meeting, and if so, when?
I'm not aware of what you're talking about. I haven't heard anything about that.
Okay,
so
well, I'll reach out to the state representative, and I'll copy the commissioners. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. And I do see that our state lobbyist, Mr. Theo Morrison, is here. And Commissioners, you should have in your possession both the federal update and the state update. And so now we will proceed with the state update and Mr. Theo Morrison. This is also a PowerPoint, so anyone in the audience can follow it.
Test,
Yes,
test.
sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. We've completed another legislative session together and wanted to report on the outcome of that session today. I provided you with a PowerPoint, and we will start off with the overview here. The regular session this year began on January 14th. Within a couple of weeks of being within the regular session, the governor called a special session, or also referred to as an extraordinary session, covering immigration, education vouchers, as well as covering relief for areas impacted by Hurricane Helene. Also during what made this particular session unique was the fact that instead of the 15 bill limit that House members, rank and file House members would generally have, it was reduced to 12 bills. So that reduced the number of bills, but even with that reduction, we still had nearly 1,500 bills that were introduced, and 557 of those bills reached the governor's desk in 2025. Morrison Capital Strategies, I would like to point out, identified and tracked over 500 bills with possible implications on Shelby County. Next bullet there, the House and, I'll go back, the House and Senate, thank you. The House and Senate were unable to agree on several proposed bills with possible implications on Shelby County. Keep in mind that this is the first year of the 114th General Assembly, and so our General Assemblies work on a 2-year cycle. So we're in the first year cycle, so the 2026 year will mark the second year of that 2-year cycle. And so bills that were not acted upon during the 2025 session are still viable for 2026. And that would also include the real estate transfer tax. Next slide, please. Here are some highlights from the 2025 General Assembly. During the latter part of 2024 and during the 2025 legislative session, Morrison Capital Strategies worked under the direction and collaboration of Chairman Michael Whaley, Legislative Chair Brandon Morrison, and Legislative Vice Chair Brittany Thornton, and achieved the following. In the fall of 2024, crafted a streamlined 2025 legislative agenda. In December of 2024, presented that legislative agenda to the Shelby County delegation during their annual legislative planning retreat. We've monitored and tracked over 500 bills of interest and potential impact on Shelby County. Excuse me. In February, hosted the 3rd annual Shelby County Board of Commissioners Day on the Hill. We passed vital public safety legislation in the form of House Bill 1093 by Speaker Sexton, Senate Bill 1075 by Senate Majority Leader Johnson, and we passed public nuisance legislation that was also included within our legislative agenda, House Bill 1050 by Parkinson, Senate Bill 1135 by Bailey. We also successfully defeated legislative efforts to implement a statewide takeover of the Memphis-Shelby County schools, and some other school systems were also impacted in the current draft of the legislation. Next slide, please. The next slide here covers different aspects of our legislative agenda, including healthcare infrastructure, education, public safety, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. Under the healthcare, there was legislation, well, not legislation actually, but an effort to secure funding for the Regional 1 Health project, the capital project, in partnership with, thank you, with the UT Health Science Center. Unfortunately, we were unable to secure funding this year, but thankfully that has not stopped movement on that project, and so there's movement there. It looks as though the effort to secure funding is more of a PR campaign to secure that funding, while kind of keeping in the background the possibility of a partnership with the UT Health Sciences Center. On March 24th, Dr. Reginald Cooperwood and Mayor Harris hosted State Comptroller Mumpower for a tour of the Regional 1 Health Center, and I spoke with Comptroller Mumpower, and he found that to be a very eye-opening experience. On May 23rd, Mayor Harris held a virtual discussion on the next steps in the Regional 1 Health journey to completion. Next slide, please. Under the topic of education, one of our legislative items was Senate Bill 679, House Bill 401, that would include pre-K students with special education needs to the categories of students who generate education funding through TISA. This would have covered an unfunded federal mandate. We received very positive support on this particular piece of legislation. However, with the current state of our economy and the revenues coming in flat, there were no funds available to cover that particular item. However, the bill remains viable for 2026, so it is still there, and so we can continue to try to move that bill forward in 2026. Next slide. Under the subject of public safety, as I mentioned earlier, we were successful in getting legislation passed, Senate Bill 1075 and House Bill 1093. This legislation actually supports the Memphis Public Safety Plan and the Shelby County Crime Commission Safe Community Plan. And the main aspect of this particular bill, it covers the devices that are referred to as switches that could be placed on a firearm to make it work as an automatic. And so we're seeing this as a huge problem within our communities. And so this is a tremendous opportunity to try to do something about these devices. And so this would make them illegal. It would also create penalties for shooting from a vehicle or shooting into a vehicle, and those individuals would be who are convicted under this law would have to serve 100% of their sentences. Next, there was one other item under public safety there, and that was the legislation, House Bill 308, Senate Bill 337, that would have allowed for the county to increase the local option sales tax to fund a new county jail. That legislation failed, and that just a lot of legislators had a lot of heartburn about supporting a tax increase. So, next slide. Thank you. Under public safety, there was also passage of legislation regarding public nuisances. House Bill 1050, Senate Bill 1135, and it would establish that the occurrence of certain specified circumstances of a nuisance would be covered under this bill, and allow for the payment of statutory damages of not less than $1,000 and not more than $50,000 to any person who owns real property within the zip code in which the nuisance exists. And so this legislation would actually make it much easier to pursue nuisance actions. And this bill has been signed by the governor. Next slide, please. Fiscal year 2026 budget that was passed by the Tennessee General Assembly. It is under the Constitution. It is required. Their primary job is to pass a balanced budget. The General Assembly was successful in doing that, but I wanted to point out that federal COVID relief funds are near depletion. And in a very rare move, many projects this year were funded with non-recurring funds. And so it's something that we really need to be looking into as we move forward, looking at other impacts for next year. So the state and the nation are in what the Commissioner of Finance, Jim Bryson, referred to as a flat economic budget picture with less than expected revenue collections for fiscal year 26 and 27. So, but several Shelby County entities did manage to receive funds from the budget. Next slide, please. And there's a listing of some of the entities that were funded. I won't go through all of them, but you will see that there are a lot of zeros in there. So there's some positives there, particularly with public health centers being funded, the University of Memphis, Peer Youth Academy, and you will notice that some of those funds are non-recurring. So In some cases, there were entities that would normally receive recurring funds, but they will just have to go back and see if they can get those funds for the next subsequent years. Next slide, please. The next item here is the Downtown Public Safety and VCIF grants. This is the culmination of millions of dollars that were devoted in the budget this year to establish 3 distinct crime prevention funding streams that would be administered by the Office of Criminal Justice Programs that's housed within the Department of Finance and Administration. You'll notice that $100 million were actually dedicated to downtown public safety grants available to Metro Nashville, Memphis, Chattanooga, Knoxville, and or eligible business improvement districts operating within those cities. $67.1 million was dedicated to jurisdictions containing the top 50 zip codes by historical homicide rates, conditioned on participation in the federal 287G program. Next bullet is $30 million for the continuation of the legacy statewide VCIF program for law enforcement agencies. And then the last item is the downtown public safety grants and the VCIF 2 grants. There's an award deadline set for December 31st of 2025. Next slide, please. I also wanted to point out some notable cuts within the budget. Legislators cut $60 million from the governor's proposed budget that his administration allocated for a THDA housing tax credit, affordable housing, revolving loan fund, 0% revolving loan fund. And it was very unfortunate to see that, since we do have a very pressing affordable housing situation statewide. The other items there, Africa in April, Memphis Allies, as well as Operation Taking Back 901, were some other entities that I wanted to point out that did not receive funding, or they had their funding cut for this year. Next slide, please. I wanted to point out some TASER studies that are out there. Several bills that were introduced this year that passed took certain actions directing the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations to conduct a number of studies between now and December of this year that are of interest to Shelby County. The first item, Senate Bill 703, House Bill 736, directs TASER to study sustainable funding sources that would meet the state's future transportation infrastructure needs and submit its recommendations to the legislature. The second item I want to point out is House Bill 40, Senate Bill 239, which would require TASER to study the availability of housing and other treatment facilities for juvenile offenders who have been adjudicated delinquent and committed to the Department of Children's Services. And also that report would have to be submitted by January of 2026. And so as these studies do pertain to counties, there may be opportunities for elected as well as unelected county officials to participate in these studies, to provide research as well as feedback prior to and during those meetings. So definitely want to work with you all to provide that information to TASER. Next slide, please. Outlook for 2026. So 2026 is an election year in Tennessee. We will have U.S. House and Senate midterm elections. There will be a state election for governor. There will also be 2 U.S. Seats, for actually 1 seat that will be up for election in 2026. And there will be a new governor that will be elected, as Governor Lee is term limited. So lots of exciting things coming up, as well as all 99 House seats and 17 out of the 33 seats in the Senate that will also be up for election. Also wanted to point out that there will be 3 constitutional amendments on the 2026 ballot. The first item would prohibit a state property tax. The second item would remove the right to bail for certain criminal offenses. And then the third item would amend the current list of protections in the Tennessee Constitution for victims of crime. And then, let's see, some other items I wanted to include that we should be mindful of to look for in 2026 would be discussions on solid waste disposal and recycling efforts would be a topic. I'm already hearing discussions now as landfills across the state are near capacity, and there's even talk about utilizing barges for the transport of waste. And so lots of interesting discussions that are out there. And so I think we need to be arming ourselves with as much information and materials to provide that to legislators as you have to deal with these things locally. Also wanted to point out just the short-term, thinking about short-term, long-term impact of actions taken on the federal level, particularly in regards to tariffs, cuts that are imposed through DOGE, and how those things trickle down and impact local government, particularly with jobs, housing, healthcare. I didn't include education. That's another thing, especially as the president discusses the dismantling of the federal education department, and what would that look like here on the state level and then on the local level. And then the last item I want to point out is the real estate transfer tax. Various associations representing local governments plan to build on the positive progress from 2025 to hopefully pass legislation in 2026 to recoup some of the funds from the real estate transfer tax that is collected. And so Shelby County would actually stand to receive over $100 million under the proposed legislation. Next slide. I think we are done, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison, for the report and really for your steady work with us over the year. We can't control all of the outcomes, but appreciate the work you did, particularly around
you.
Regional 1. This body remains committed to
good.
the importance of that trauma center, and just want to highlight the success you had, even though we didn't get funding around the pre-K initiative that went through, and the infrastructure progress. Our roads definitely do need it, and then of course public safety being really the number one interest right now of the community. So
Absolutely.
and I did note in your list that wanted to highlight, you didn't mention the $6 million for the forensic audit for Shelby County Schools.
Oh, that's
is in
right.
the budget, so that is also coming through. So with that, I'll go to commissioners. Oh, and then Memphis Allies, the loss of funding for that. Do we hope that that will come, expect that to come back in next year's budget, or have you heard any
I would
discussion?
expect to see that be a budget item next
That's
year.
all.
I can't predict the outcome, but that's the thing with any budget item. There are a lot of things that surprised me that that did not remain in the budget. Normally, when the governor proposes a budget,
He can't control
pretty much gets
most of it.
most of it. But in this case, there was some horse trading and some things that didn't come out. So
It seems it's having some success, and I know it's on our agenda later today, and so, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much for the report. And I just want to
You're
point
welcome.
out a few things real quickly. And so, in the beginning, you stated that the state takeover of Memphis Shelby County Schools was defeated. It was actually delayed. It wasn't defeated, my understanding. But I want to go on to public safety, and you stated in your report that it recognized the importance of the workforce development for ex-offenders. Is there any money associated with that we can reach out and garner? I'm really interested in that, especially since I'm the chair of workforce development. And the other thing I thought was very interesting, you talked about in the reports as far as the research and the deadline of January regarding, let me see if I can find it, TASER. And so as far as sustainable sources that would meet the state's future transportation infrastructure needs. And so in that report, I was just wondering, besides infrastructure, are you going to also look at, or could we recommend some things to that? Because here in Shelby County, we do not have a mass transit. And we have children who are driving scared or, irresponsibly. And so we've taken away driver's ed, and I was wondering if there's opportunity to include in that study some type of voucher where kids can get a voucher to go driver's ed or something like that. And then the other thing in this study I would like to include as far as housing and treatment for juveniles offenders who've adjudicated. And I was talking to Judge Sugarman as well as Chief Alexander and some other individuals in the community. The issue is once you have justice involved youth serving their time, they're going back into the same situation. And so I've talked to people in the community, pastors, et cetera, and they all are talking about we need a place to house these kids, like a dormitory type situation, which includes some type of academics or trade training. And so I was wondering, things like that, can we start including them in the study? And if so, what does that process look like?
Okay. That's quite a list. And we're going to definitely have to get together offline so I can get the complete list, because those are very important items that you're bringing up. And so I definitely want to make sure those are included. I don't have the exact verbiage from the study, because usually a lot of times the studies will be kind of framed within the verbiage so that you don't go outside of the particular topic. And so they will have kind of some line items for discussion. But I think those are very important issues that you bring up, and they may or may not be able to be included. So, but I definitely want to talk to you about that.
Am I still a queue, or do I need to get back in
You
the
are,
queue?
we've far exceeded our designated time, so I would ask if possible to get with Ms. Morrison.
I had some more questions, though. And so, again, this is only my second time in the queue.
Then I'll give you one more time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, and so the other thing you talked about is landfills and things of that nature. And I'm talking to individuals who own recycling businesses. They're saying there's no funding at the state level. So since there's a landfill issue, is there any funds available for companies who are interested in recycling to increase their capacity?
I can't say whether there are or not funds available for recycling, but I personally think it should be a priority. I don't have a vote at the end of the day, but that's the key, is making sure that that is a priority of the elected officials. And so bringing that to their attention is critical. And there are advocacy groups pushing in that space, like the Tennessee Environmental Council, that that's working within that space of recycling.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
still have 1 minute left, 1 minute, 55 seconds left.
Oh.
Thank you. And so then also in House Bill 308, I was disappointed that it failed. It was dealing with the jails, rebuilding jails, and it's, you hear, almost monthly, all the issues going on at Poplar. And so my concern is about the 1 cent sales tax increase. Wasn't that supposed to sunset after 8 years or no?
Yes, I think it was, at 8 years or earlier,
Okay.
depending on
Can you provide a
the
list
collections. and that.
of the Shelby County delegation who voted against it? I would like to have a conversation to see why they voted against it. And maybe we could have that on our next, legislative agenda to bring that back. We really need that here. I'm just about through. Okay. Okay, and so the other thing is a crime lab. And so I was wondering, there was a study at the state level, and I was wondering, when will that be completed? Or has it been completed?
I feel like that study has been completed. I can check on that.
Okay, can you check on it? And if it's been completed, can you share that with all the commissioners? Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, and thank you so much, Theo,
Absolutely.
for your presentation today. And that will
Thank you all.
And I know you remain available for any further follow-up questions. And as I stated at the beginning, both the federal and state reports are available both on Granicus and have been received by all commissioners. Thank you. Adjourning Committee 12. Thank you.
Good morning. Calling to order Committee 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby in the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a planned development for land located at 0 Forest Hill Irene Road, known as case number PD 2025-001CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Good morning. Is there a presentation? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already into the documents. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bradford. A second by Commissioner Morrison. And we'll get IT to take a look. Okay. I'll turn it over for the presentation.
Good morning. I'm Chloe Christian with DPD. I'll be presenting this case. It's PD 2025-001. This is a request for a planned development to allow an office and storage facility for a medical education and research institute, also known as MARY for short. They're represented by Blair Parker, who I believe is here with us today. And it's in District 12. Next slide, please. Here's a location map of the property. It's located on South Forest Hill Irene Road, about a quarter mile south of the Crestwind Hills Road and Forest Hill Road intersection. Next slide, please. It's currently zoned conservation agriculture, and the property is currently vacant, and there are surrounding land uses of commercial and institutional nearby. Next slide, please. Here's a photo of the subject property currently. Next slide. Next slide, please. Here's a magnified version of the concept plan. You can see there's a proposed metal building as a principal structure with some parking to the front and rear of the property. There's one proposed curb cut along Forest Hill Irene Road. There would also be a detention area and septic area on the property. Here's a landscape plan of the property. The applicant is proposing to maintain the existing vegetation to the rear of the parcel as well. Next slide, please. Here are elevations provided by the applicant. Next slide. So in conclusion, as I mentioned, the applicant is requesting a new PD to allow office and storage facility for Mary. This would be the third location for the institution and would be utilized mostly for storage of medical equipment and whole body donations, in addition to office uses as well. DPD staff finds that this plan is in keeping with the intent of the UDC. There are some compatible uses in the surrounding vicinity of the site, including a general contractor storage facility, which is directly north of the site, and a PD that allows for similar uses. And so staff finds that this project would not have a substantial or undue adverse effect upon the adjacent property and the character of the neighborhood. And next slide, please. So with that, DPD recommended approval with outline plan conditions of DPD, and the proposal was recommended approval with outline plan conditions by the LUCB, and it passed on the consent agenda at that meeting. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian. We do have a commissioner in the queue. Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, and so my concern is about it being a storage facility, because when I don't know who I spoke with, that was not my understanding. And so I would like to have this moved back to us, to the next committee, so I can further discussions. And also, I was wondering, I also recommend that you all reach out to Commissioner Bradford, because this is like, a butt to his district. And then thirdly, I also want to know, did you all go out and talk to any of the individuals in the area? I'm curious about what their concerns are, if any, and if there are concerns, what they were.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. So a couple of answers to that. There was a neighborhood meeting that was held on January 29th of 2025, and the applicant could answer any questions about any concerns there. There was one neighboring property that had some concerns, but they were able to work with them through the process. They actually held the case for a couple of land use control board meetings to meet with them more and talk about some of the concerns, and they were able to come to some agreement on those so that there was no opposition at land use control board. And so if you would like, we could have the applicant come up today, or if you wanted to hold it to the next committee, I don't know if that would be.
Yes, I'd like to hold it. Also, it's only one meeting?
There was one neighborhood meeting, and then, of course,
And how many people were at the meeting?
There was only one person that
One
showed up at
person.
the meeting, yes.
That's not sufficient. So I would like to move to this next committee. So I would like to reach out to the neighbors as well. I'd like for you all to reach out to neighbors as far as being a storage facility. When I was discussing that last week, I believe, with someone, that was not what I was told. And so again, I just like to have another conversation. And also, I would like for the organization to have an additional conversations with the community, because one person at one meeting is not sufficient. Thank you. Can I get a second?
To defer it,
To defer to the next committee meeting.
okay, which is,
I'm sorry, before we take a vote on that, I think it probably behoove us to, one, hear all the commissioners in the queue, and secondly, if the applicant is here, to be able to speak to some of the questions around the engagement and notification, because although there may have only been one person at the meeting, sometimes you find that people, if they're not as interested, they don't come out. So I just want to make sure that you lay out the step, Mr. Ragland, about what the process is for reaching out to people in the community, and then allow the applicant to answer any of Commissioner Sugarman's questions.
yes, thank you, Commissioner Avant. So, yeah, the process, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. I'm looking here, and Mr. Blair Parker can answer some of those questions, but the process for sending meeting notices for the neighborhood meeting as well as the Land Control Board is a 750-foot radius. This actually, and a lot of times in the county, when we don't get at least 25 properties within that, we will expand the radius. And so I just spoke with Ms. Christian, and we actually, we expanded the radius on this case to get the 25 required. And so it was actually further than the 750. And I think Mr. Parker can speak to the meeting itself. And as you said, sometimes when there's not concern or opposition, we might get a phone call or an email, and then we can answer questions. And I think in this one, I don't know if it was the person that was, Ms. Christian did speak with the opposition. I will say opposition again. Eventually, they were able to discuss the case, and they were not in opposition to the case when it went to the Land Control Board. So, Mr. Parker. Yeah.
Thank you. Blair Parker with Blair Parker Design, 5100 Wheelis in Memphis 38117. We had a pretty wide area for notification for the neighborhood, and across the street we have a church, we have the Veterans Cemetery, there are apartments back behind us, and we have one large landowner on our west and south of us. And so there are very few residences anywhere near us. And that's why we had to extend further than that 750 feet or so. We did have our public meeting. We notified everybody in the area as we were required to. It was a good meeting, but only one person showed up. Frankly, we were a little disappointed in that. But well, we've done this before, and sometimes when people aren't interested, they're just not interested. We've made ourselves available to anyone that has any questions, and we have frankly not fielded any questions from any other neighboring properties or anyone in the area since we had that meeting. We also have met with the landowner, the residential landowner, and I don't recall how many acres it is. It's a large piece of land where they have a home, and they're hoping to build a second home. And they encompass us on the west and the south side. And so we work with them, and they're in the development business, and they understand how all this works. And we adjusted our site plan accordingly to give them a little more buffer and make it a little bit more comfortable for them, so that the line of sight from their property over to us is good and strong. I also did not mention we have a contractor on our north side, so there are just very few residential people around us, uses around us. You, Commissioner Sugarman, you spoke with Jason Owens. He is here. I'm sure he'll be glad to answer any questions. In a very general sense, this is a 501c3 organization located on Cleveland that has, I believe, 2 buildings across the street from each other, and they educate physicians, nurses, anyone in the medical field with medical devices, and along with that comes the body donation side of it. But many physicians in the United States have been trained by this organization. It's a wonderful organization, and I'm thankful that they've chosen to stay here in Shelby County, because they're all over the place. They teach everywhere. We are very fortunate to have very technical medical companies in our area, and Mary will be requested to try different equipment and to make sure the equipment works fine and whatever. And Jason can get into this a little bit more detail than I can, but it's a fascinating industry. What I'm impressed with is that they travel all over the United States. They pick up the equipment that's in this warehouse. They pick up this equipment and drive different places, and they set up shop, if you will. They set up these emergency rooms or training rooms in convention centers and other facilities, and train physicians all around the nation. So I've taken up more time than you probably need. Jason Owens is here, and Jason, if you could spend a moment.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners. I apologize if there was some confusion on my conversation with you. But essentially,
Mr. Owens, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, sure. Jason Owens, 44 South Cleveland Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104.
Thank you.
So essentially, again, Mary's a not-for-profit, hands-on surgical training center. Mary, as I often describe it, has a symbiotic relationship between Mary and what we call our Genesis Whole Body Donor Program. One doesn't exist without the other. As our chairman of the board has stated, is that the human body is the best surgical teaching model. The Will Body Donor Program that we have is very similar to that of universities such as Vanderbilt, UT, et cetera. And we frankly have just outgrown the facilities at the 44 South Cleveland location. So we have a need to expand so that we can continue to train physicians in the future. As of right now, we'll be plateaued in doing that. And our position is that takes away from patient care. If you can't learn a surgical technique or a procedure on a donated human body, then you will be that, unfortunately, the first person that physician practices on, if you will. So, again, it's very important that we have these facilities so that we can continue to improve patient care throughout the U.S. and globally.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the queue, Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you. I did want to speak since Commissioner Sugarman mentioned it. I have spoken with Mr. Owens about this. I am supportive of the project. He's got a good team working on it that I know have done a lot of good in the county overall. I think I first read about this maybe an article in the Daily Memphian and thought it was a very interesting industry to be into. Didn't even think of something like this existed. And I certainly see the need. I know Baptist just opened up their College of Osteopathic Medicine. They have a complete cadaver lab in there, and so there is certainly a need here. So I haven't heard any concerns from the citizens about it, so I'm supportive of this. My only question would be to you all is if we postpone this or delay this to the next meeting, our next committee meeting is on the 18th, which means if it passes there and goes down to the commission meeting, that would be on the 23rd. How does that affect your timelines for developing this site? I know construction's constantly increasing, escalation. You may already have contracts signed that are limited to 60 days, notice proceed, that type of stuff. How would it affect you if we delayed it?
We would have to get together as a group. I think it would be a negative impact in that we've been working on this project for a couple of years. And we'd like to keep the momentum going so that we can get this building built. We're actually working with the osteopathic college to supply them with donors so that they can teach their medical students. So that's just another example of us being a resource for not only postgraduate physicians, but medical students, nurses, paramedics, EMTs, et cetera. So if we push this back, it's just we have to tell people that we cannot support them for their education because we don't have the donors in order to do so.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would withdraw my second and just ask that perhaps, unless there's someone else who wants to supply a second, is perhaps between now and Monday, if we could again get with the commissioner who has some additional questions.
Still wants to move this to the next meeting because there are other questions. And again, one person is not sufficient in my view. First time I even heard about it was last week. And so again, I have other questions I would like to ask these individuals. Yes, it may defer it may cost, but again, we have to look and consider the people who are we representing, because they're the ones going to be living with the organization, not saying anything bad or good. They need to be informed. And as their representative, I would be derelict in my duties if I didn't ask deeper questions, and I think offline would be better. And so again, I would like to move this back to the June 18th, and this is my district. And I'm very respectful of my colleagues' districts when they want to defer things or dive deeper, then I support them. And I wish that my colleagues also support and give me the opportunity to reach out to my constituents and have a deeper conversation. The first time I spoke with Jason was last week. And now they're talking about storage facilities, the bodies and the parts and things of that nature. So what educational value are they bringing to the community? Having said that, I think that once people are educated and informed, they may be on board. I don't know, because I haven't had an opportunity to speak with them. And one person, one meeting is still not sufficient. So I'll ask again, would somebody second my motion to move this to the June, 18th committee meeting?
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. I have a second by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection?
I'll object at this time.
Okay. We'll have an objection by Commissioner Bradford. And I do, Ms. Christian, if you could, again, provide some information to Commissioner Sugarman about the outreach. And if there are not, I understand that she wants to make sure that all of her constituents have a voice in this, but I think it's the residents who are in most proximity to the site. And if there are not a lot of residents in close proximity, maybe why there was not much turnout to the meeting. But if you could just go ahead and share that, outline that again, please.
Sure. So as Brett mentioned, we're required per the UDC to send out notice to property owners within a 750-foot radius of the site. And if we don't reach 25, we extend that radius. And so in this case, I extended the radius. I can't recall the exact number, but above the required per the UDC to reach out to 25 owners within the vicinity, and I did not receive any comments of opposition or support.
And what forms of media? Did you email? Did you do radio ads? Did you do social media? What forms of media did you use to reach individuals?
It is a postcard letter notification that we mail out that notifies them, and that's in addition to a separate notice requirement for the neighborhood meeting. So there's two notification requirements that are sent out.
HOAs, did you reach out to HOAs in the area? Because there's several, I have many HOAs.
I believe it is required to reach out to the HOAs as well.
Okay, which ones in particular?
I can't remember.
We'll talk
exact-
later. Thank you.
What we have before us is an objection to deferring the item, and so now we'll be taking a vote on that deferral to the next committee meeting. So if the, Commissioner Buffer, I'm sorry, would you like to speak before we? My apologies.
Just real quickly, the article in the Daily Memphian was on May 9th, just for an idea of when this happened. And kind of a side note to this, and something maybe in the process I think we need to get better at, is that when there's an item, a case coming up, can we make sure the commissioners are notified via email and possibly even a phone call, so that as soon as it hits, the commissioners know what's going on? So today, or when the agenda gets posted, it's not the first time we heard about that. That's just kind of a request. If I need to do some type of form of resolution to make that permanent rules, I'm happy to do that. But just going forward, let's try and do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Bradford, I appreciate that. I think sometimes with all of the different land use things that come before us, I take time to try to review those so that I can see if there are any in my district, but there are so many that come through that I'm sure it's very difficult, so it may need to be something that we do put in writing, so that you all are just able to support commissioners being aware, because again, we get so many different emails. But we are now on the vote for the deferral. You could prepare the screens.
Before we vote, can you state aye means what and nay means what? And then the other thing is also when maybe a resolution should be considered, because when you're sending out notices to the individuals, you know, also the commissioners should be included in those notices, because many times we have, you know, meetings, et cetera, in our own districts, and that could have been brought up at one of the many meetings that we have. Thank you.
Okay, if you could prepare the screen for a vote.
I vote is for the deferral. A no vote is so that the item stays before us and you just vote it up or down. And just to note that all items shall be approved in committee and recommended by a majority vote of commissioners present and voting. Commissioners present who abstain or otherwise do not participate in the vote shall not be counted on this deferral or otherwise.
So I means that yes for deferral, correct? Yeah.
Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, so the, okay, so the, that item fails.
I just saw a glitch just happen. So can we redo the vote, please? Because I saw a glitch where I saw a 4-3 and a 3-4. Can we erase the whole screen and start back over, please, just for transparency and clarity purposes? Some of y'all saw the same thing. Can we-
Well, I saw that someone may have changed their vote, but I'm happy for us to take the vote again. If you could clear the screen,
Thank you.
and we'll take the vote again. And again, this is on the deferral.
Commissioners, just to let you all know that we are in the process of upgrading the Granicus system because of all the glitching. So in the next fiscal year, we should have a new and improved system.
All right, that motion fails. So we now have the item, excuse me? Sorry.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Ford, Laurie. We have no votes from Commissioner Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Avant. We have 3 aye votes, 4 noes.
That motion fails. So the item before us is the resolution for item 1. So we are now voting whether you are moving it down for a recommendation or not. So if you could prepare the screen for a vote. Favorable or unfavorable recommendation. Could share the tally of the vote, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Laurie, Avant. Commissioner Sugarman voted no. Commissioner Ford abstained. We have 5 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This adjourns Committee 5.
I'll call to order Committee Number 2, Public Works. If we could read the first item, please.
Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract with Abe's Engineering, Inc. for a total amount not to exceed $774,933.50 for engineering design services for replacement of the Galloway Levy Road, bridge over Beaver Creek, and replacement of the Galloway Levy Road, bridge over Beaver Creek overflow, and appropriating said funds, and commencing upon execution and continuing until June 30th, 2025, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. This item requires an appropriation of FY 2025 roads, bridges, and engineering state gas tax funds in the amount of $774,933.50, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. How are you?
Good morning. Very well. Thank you, sir. Darren Sanders, County Engineer. So this item is a bridge replacement on Galloway Levy Road. Galloway Levy Road is located in northeastern Shelby County between Collierville, Arlington, and Highway 70. The bridge was constructed in the 1950s. It's actually a bridge and an overflow. They require replacement. We have had to close the bridge temporarily until we can make the replacement. This particular contract is for a design engineer to provide engineering plans so we can bid and construct it. ABES Engineering was selected through the RFQ for countywide engineering services to perform the design work. We estimate it'll probably take somewhere between 6 and 9 months to design it and about 18 months to complete the construction. And administration, well, actually, TDOT, we are working with TDOT on the construction side for a cost share at 98.2. So we will be able to help cost share the construction piece, which will be the largest cost. Administration recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Just what's the latest date on this bridge being reopened?
So Commissioner Darren Sanders, County Engineer, we'd be looking at least 2 years. And so I think that's a reasonable time frame. It could be less, could be more, but I think that's probably where we're going to fall in.
Okay. I don't want to open a can of worms here, but this is one of 3 bridges shut down in my district. And and it's not the busiest one. So thank you. I highly recommend approval on this, y'all. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And so one of 3 bridges, so when will the other 2 be looked at? I'm concerned because, as you know, in my district, the budget does not include the road inspection, which has been in place for 2015. I'm going to bring that back up later on.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just concerned about, there's 3 bridges. Where do the other 2 lie in the scheduling?
Okay, Commissioner, Darren Sanders, County Engineer. One is actually under construction. We
Okay.
expect to have it complete early fall, and it's getting fairly close, yes. So that's on Collierville Arlington Road. Now, the other one is actually in this next item, and we've got to do the design and the construction. It won't take quite as long because it's a smaller bridge than what the Galloway Levee is, but we do have all 3 scheduled for, like I said, one's already under construction, and 2, we've got to do the design and then perform the construction work.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. And if all commissioners have voted, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Laurie, Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Fisher and Arnold, Inc. for a total amount not to exceed $561,351.80 for the engineering design services for replacement of the bridge on Sledge Road over Big Creek Overflow, appropriating said funds, commencing upon execution and continuing until June 30th, 2025, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. This item requires an appropriation of FY 2025 roads, bridges, and engineering state gas tax funds in the amount of $561,361.80, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. It has been seconded by Commissioner Mills. Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Darren Sanders, County Engineer, and this bridge is currently, we mentioned, it is temporarily closed. It's located on Sledge Road, which is just south of the Millington city limits between Pleasant Ridge and Navy. This particular item will hire a design consultant to provide design plans for the construction so we can then bid and rebuild the bridge. The consultant is Fisher and Arnold Inc. They were selected through the Countywide Engineering Services. We are also working with the state on this project as well to cost share the construction piece at 98.2, and administration recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. If all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Laurie, Avon. We have 9 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the issuance of a purchase order by Allen J. Automotive Management, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $480,463 for the purpose of procuring replacement vehicles for various county departments. This item requires the appropriation expenditure of FY 2025 Fleet Services Vehicle Replacement Funds in the amount of $480,463, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Mr. Sanders.
Good morning again. Darren Sanders, County Engineer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is part of our fleet replacement program, where when a vehicle reaches either 15 years, 150,000 miles, or it's uneconomic to repair, we'll replace it through this program. Departments and divisions that participate pay into the program $28.50 annually. We have 11 vehicles here that we're replacing. There's 7 trucks. Let's see, 3 vans and SUV. Health Department's receiving 6 of the vehicles, Support Services 4, and Codes 1. The low bidder was, the most responsive bidder was Allen J. Automotive. If you look at the purchasing approval, it looks like that the second bidder is actually lower, but they didn't bid all the vehicles. And also, Allen J. did bid each vehicle lower than the second bidder. So I want to make that clear because it looks kind of confusing if you look at the purchasing approval letter. And administration recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Do all these fall under the Green Fleet ordinance that we passed?
I should have mentioned that. Absolutely. We have 2 of the vehicles are all electric. There's a Ford Lightning and an Equinox in keeping with the initiative to transition to a greener fleet. Thank you for mentioning that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And I was going to ask about the green fleet. And so you said all of these fall in the green fleet category as far as being clean energy?
Commissioner, well, actually, they're all light duty, but under the green fleet, there's transition a percentage. So we've got 2 of the 11, which is actually exceeds the green fleet requirement at this point. Now further out, there's I don't remember the exact numbers, but I know that there's a percentage that we're trying to achieve over long term, but it's a transition over a period of years.
Okay, so once again, so all of these meet the requirements for green fleet, or some of them?
So the acquisition meets the requirement, and there's 2 EVs within the 11, so that's almost 20%.
Okay, so the 9 aren't, is that correct?
Correct. The 9 are regular ICE vehicles.
Okay, and also when you're looking at, this not just electric, but are you also looking at hybrid, or which gets the better, miles per gallon, those kinds of things as well?
We do. I mean, we have several hybrids currently in the fleet, so we have a mixture of both hybrids and all electrics. But with this particular bid, we did seek out all electric.
Okay, and then the next question. Allen J, I'm not familiar, is that a local vendor?
No, ma'am, they are not. They're based out of somewhere in Florida. I think it's Sebring, Florida.
Sebring, Florida? Okay.
And then the second bidder was based out of Alabama, so we didn't have any local responses.
No local responses. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. And if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie, Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and InSafe, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $807,284 for construction, engineering, inspection services related to the National Disaster Resilience Competition Grant for the Big Creek Park Phase 1C Amenities Package project. This item requires expenditure of FY 2025 federal HUD funds in the amount of $807,284, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Mr. Mason with the report. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Chris Mason, Senior Engineer for Shelby County Engineering. As stated, this resolution approves funding for a contract with NSAFE, Inc. For the Phase 1C amenities package of the National Resilience Disaster Grant. This project will add various amenities to the south side of Big Creek and north of 385 between Highway 51 and Raleigh-Millington Roads. It includes a restroom facility, 4 ball fields, an amphitheater, pavilions, and a disc golf course, including a trailhead and trail. This project provides for HUD Section 3 requirements. The purpose of Section 3 is to ensure that employment and other economic opportunities generated by HUD assistance or HUD-assisted projects shall, to the greatest extent feasible, be directed to low to very low income persons, particularly persons who are recipients of HUD assistance for housing. NSAFE is committed to utilizing Abe's Engineering, which is a Section 3 qualified company, for 10% of the contract. This project is federally funded, therefore no LSB goals were applied, and the administration recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so, just curious, whose district is this? Mills? Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. And if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Laurie, Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let's read item number 5.
Item 5 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Protect our aquifer. Sarah Houston and Scott Schofenacker of University of Memphis presenting. Please correct your name.
Thank you. Ms. Houston, happy to have you here today. We are running about 40 minutes behind. Nothing that you did to get us to that point, so any speed, please, would be appreciated, but I don't want to miss any important information that you have for us. So go ahead.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're happy to come back anytime for more clarification. Sarah Houston, 1910 Madison Avenue, and?
Scott Schaeffernacher, 1910 Madison Avenue.
And just a quick clarification, we used to work with the University of Memphis at Caesar. I serve as the Associate Director of Education Outreach around this project specifically.
And I was the Associate Director of Water Resources for Caesar.
But we have now transitioned to work at Protect Our Aquifer, so I just want to clarify that. But we're intimately familiar with this study. We wanted to give you all a brief update on some of the latest research, what we know about the aquifer, and some exciting initiative around the groundwater board that we've been talking about. So I believe you all have the copy of the presentation. So just to go over this quickly, we all know Memphis has the best water, and that is a verified fact. We truly have some of the most incredible water, and that's due to our geology. This next slide, that Memphis is the largest city in the U.S. that relies 100% on groundwater. We are very unique in that way. There's a lot of communities that have surface water, but we have these artesian wells. This next slide you see with the cross section and the clouds. It's a cute little cartoon to kind of show where that 2,000-year water come from. You know, we talk about this ancient water. If you look out to the east, this is the eastern districts and really where Fayette County starts. When rain fell in those areas, it's been slowly filtering through the sands to get underneath Memphis. And this actually has some slide transitions, Ms. Thomas, so if you want to click, you can kind of see the recharge zone. This is really important for the long-term water supply. And when we talk about artesian, we're talking about the rain that fell and has come up through the wells, but we no longer have that same pressure in the system anymore because we pumped so much water. Next slide. So when we talk about the aquifer and the threats, we talk about contamination through breaches, and I'll turn it over to Scott for that.
So at some point, we thought that originally that clay layer that protected the Memphis aquifer was continuous and it fully protected it from contamination. Next slide. But over the past 30 or 40 years, we have noticed that this wasn't true because we have seen issues with water quality, including contamination in some of our production wells and well fields throughout Shelby County. Next slide. So in 2018, we were part of the 5-year, $5 million aquifer study that the MLGW water bill payers paid for. And the results are out, it has been out, and they've actually started a second study in their second year, I believe. And what we found out is that our protective layer is more like Swiss cheese. It's not a geological term, but that's what they said. So we look at this slide shows that we are over-pumping our aquifer in Shelby County. So we have a lot of drawdowns within the aquifer, and it's centered on these well fields throughout Shelby County. Next slide. Oh, next slide. So if we looked at water quality as well as age of the water. So we looked at Mallory, which is in District, District 7 and 8, and it was 100% ancient water. So that's 2,000 to 3,000 years old. Next click. But in these other well fields, including Davis, Allen, Sheehan, and Lichterman, we saw a lot of younger water, which means it's less than 60 years old. Next click. And then the most out east towards Bartlett and McCord and Shaw out near, Eads, that had 50 to 70% young water, which means that the potential for contamination to get into these systems is higher. Next slide. So what we see here is a map of the known and suspected breaches, as well as the well field locations, as well as the recharge zone, as you can see out in eastern portions of Shelby County. So go ahead and click. Okay, click again. Okay. So these circles around these well fields indicate issues with water quality. We have Davis Well Field in southwest Memphis that has a lot of young water and is near some arsenic contamination, as well as Allen Well Field near the Memphis Depot. That has known contamination in the past, as well as Sheehan. There's a Superfund site near the University of Memphis, which also has some chlorinated solvents migrating towards the well field. Collierville out east It has contamination from 3 separate Superfund sites have shut down a well field back in the early 2000s and is encroaching upon a second well field out in that area. So we see these issues and they are migrating towards our wells. Go ahead, next click. So we don't see this contamination. It's underground. It is from legacy sites that have polluted in the past and is now finally reaching our well fields. Groundwater moves slow in our area, decades and generations. So again, the $5 million study in the University of Memphis showed that there was more holes and breaches in the clay layer. We have contamination in our shallow aquifer that allows it to breach down into the upper Memphis. Multiple MLGW wells and Collierville wells have been contaminated already. And we don't know where the contamination is until it really hits the well. So we don't really have a good monitoring network outside these well fields. Okay.
So we need interventions. We can solve this. No, thank you, Scott, for that. So, this is a quickie version of kind of the state of things, but we really see that our business as usual will just continue to exacerbate this. We see that the drawdown effect is happening, and we at Protect Our Aquifer have been trying to think, what are the solutions? What can we do as a community? And luckily, we aren't the only community in the country that has an aquifer. There are management programs across the country and world, so we've been kind of looking to see what they do. And next slide, we actually have a really great in the ordinance that is up for the final vote with the little tweak. In that same ordinance, there's a very interesting clause. It's a groundwater protection plan. And the intention behind this, written in 1987, is to prioritize steps to build that management system, thinking about how we can determine the cost of programs, what their funding source is, create stakeholder buy-in, and really understand what can we do that isn't just regulatory, but also, actual responsible users, thinking about management programs. And so just, you see a little screenshot of that ordinance, but there's 4 things that it could encompass. One is a wellhead protection program. One's an observation well requirement at facilities that have hazardous chemicals. We already have a systematic analysis program for siting new wells. We aren't doing much with the additional data, but we have that, at least the bones of that program. And then an education program around spill prevention. That would be more targeted towards industries and sites that have those types of chemicals on site. So in bare bones, that's what it would be. A quickie overview, the health department is where this groundwater power lies. You have the water quality staff, and so they're the ones that are doing well permits, septic permits. They're really, in theory, supposed to do some technical and administrative support to the groundwater board. Oh, stay there, go back, thank you. And so the groundwater board is made up of volunteers. There's a utility representative from Bartlett, Millington, Germantown, Collierville, and MLGW. You have a well driller, you have an engineer, and then 2 citizens. And they've been kind of meeting ad hoc. But we would like them to meet more frequently and discuss these things and have that water quality staff kind of think about how the land use control board and the planning and zoning staff work together. In that way is what we can model. Next slide, please. So I'll go through this quickly, but you can click. But just this is kind of where the statutory authority comes from. Back in the 1970s, we had a state law that created the Tennessee Water Quality Act. Contamination back in the 80s is what instigated all this in the first place. And we had these amazing ordinances. There's a whole contract between all the munis and the county to create a meter fee that they actually pay into. And it's kind of been in limbo for a couple decades. So it's time for, a little bit of attention. So next slide. So this is just a quickie version of what some of the things what some of the groundwater protection plan could entail. And these are taken from across the country and things that are locally on the books already. But well field management, thinking about reducing that drawdown effect. How do we have a smarter approach to pumping, data management? We need to map our system, continue to understand where these breaches are, continue to understand where the vulnerabilities in the recharge zone are, monitoring well programs, groundwater reduction plans, and then, of course, education and workforce development, which is absolutely critical as we're seeing a lot of retirements and aging out of this type of workforce, and we really need to make sure we have that continuity. So there's a whole 50-page paper we're working on to back this one slide up that we hope to kind of use as a menu item and a guide to a groundwater protection plan, but that is just kind of the update we wanted to provide for y'all, and I'm happy to take any questions. And there's more slides to talk about XAI if the conversation went there, but we weren't going to get into that.
Well, thank you all, and thank you for being quick. Do have at least one commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Sugarman.
Yes, and I have several questions, and so thank you again for that presentation. And when I was in conversation with you, you stated that this is the second University of Memphis study that you're conducting, and the first, Bartlett, was not included. And I was wondering, what is the process including Bartlett this time, and why was it left out the first time?
Right. So when this study initially started back in 2018, it was paid for with a 1% water rate increase to MLGW bills. So that really included the MLGW service area. And then the actual municipalities, others, they added a little bit of extra funding to University of Memphis to do some water sampling. And so where the Bartlett piece comes in is where we talk about wellhead protection overlay districts. It's an opportunity to, there's one for the county, for the city, for Millington, Collierville, and Germantown, and that just helps to ensure that there's no hazardous materials being built or hosted right next to wells. And Bartlett has chosen not to adopt that yet. I don't know why. But it's an opportunity to think about streamlining our county wellhead protection program, and that's something we wanted to think about in the groundwater protection plan. But this next iteration of the study is already underway and has funding from the federal government as well.
And so, again, we can reach out to the President, Doug McGowan. And if you're listening, Doug McGowan, I stated this, I'm going to stay on some record. He is open to speaking with us. I do apologize because I said he was not, okay? And he would like to come and speak with us at any time about different things. And one thing I do want him to talk about is, the groundwater, because it is a concern. Now, you mentioned that we need to watch, the amount of water that we use and, kind of gauge it, if you will, or monitor it. My question then becomes, how long does it take for the water to replenish itself?
Mm-hmm. I'll just keep rolling here. Okay. So if you, that one slide where you got like the red pits in there, those kind of, that when you're closer to the well fields and the wells, that pumping effect draws down water quicker. So we've seen water enter wells as quick as 11 years. Rain that fell on the ground and it's in a well in 11 years. That's the fastest thing we've seen. But then you have things that might take 10, 20, 50, 60 years at the kind of slower end of that young water. So it depends on where that water lands, if you will.
Real quickly, and I'll get back in the queue. You mentioned Collierville has some contamination. What's the process in cleaning the contaminated water? Mm-hmm. Number two, also the educational component. You said there's education, but what about, K through 12 education? Mm-hmm. Because when I talk to my students about we have some of the best water in the world, and they don't really? Mm-hmm. No, they like bottled water. I said, no. So can you speak about those 2 points? Thank you.
Sure. So Collierville, they're right on the edge of the recharge zone. We've been kind of calling it the gateway to the recharge zone, where that clay layer pinches out. And so there's just much more geological susceptibility to contamination. So there's a lot of spills and things back in the day in the 70s and 80s. And there are some Superfund sites under state designation with TDEC, and then some with EPA. And the cleanup process has been slow and not very coordinated between those two agencies, to be candid. Scott, do you want to chime in any more on that?
I think that's good.
Okay. And then K-12, I think there's a big gap in opportunity for education in K-12. University of Memphis, Caesar, they do have some programs with their Water on Wheels mobile. Protect Our Aquifer doesn't have any specific K-12 programming yet. But Clean Memphis and Wolf River Conservancy and Caesar, they all have some opportunities and they have some programming around aquifers, but there's nothing really explicit in the curriculum to speak directly about our aquifer. So it's on the idea list, I'll say. We've been around for 4 years, haven't solved all the problems.
All right, thank you. I think Commissioner Sugar is back to the queue. We're going to go to Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. My first quick question, you said we're following other communities with aquifers. Which one are we most likely or closely following that's like us?
I've been looking a lot into Indiana and Indianapolis area. They have a really great wellhead protection program. And then Central Texas and the San Antonio region, their aquifer system's very different, but some of their management programs have a good like mapping approach to treating each type of the system a little differently. So I think those two are some of the most.
Okay. And did you say you're with Caesar now, or you're with Protect Our Aquifer?
With Protect Our Aquifer.
Okay, but you work with Caesar?
Yes,
Okay, so you
used
know
to.
Lucinda?
Yes, we do.
Okay, yeah. I was with her week before last on one of the mobile
Yes.
education. It was very, very good. The kids were very, very interested in it, and even for an adult, it explained it very well.
Love to hear
Easy
that.
to understand. But with that, I told her before, and I'm going to take this opportunity since we're here, that there is a community event June 23rd for people to come out Monday, June 23rd, 6 to 7 p.m. at Benjamin L. Hooks Central Library, a community forum on the Memphis Aquifer.
Oh, great.
So I was just going to get that out there for a plug since I told her I would one day.
Perfect.
And since we're doing this, I'm doing it now. That's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, that's great to hear.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, and so going back to Collierville again, because some of that's my district as well. So have they been cleaned up? You know, because you talked about the process, but have they been cleaned? And if so, we'll be reopening back up. And then the other thing, I think that's it for right now.
We talk about, so the cleanup in Collierville mainly has to do with the Carrier site and Smalley Piper site. There's two different contaminants. There's chlorinated solvents from Carrier, two spills in the past, and then hexavalent chromium from Smalley Piper site. So it's a metal and chlorinated solvent. And it's impacted water treatment plant number 2 and taken that one offline. It's difficult to remediate groundwater. It's underground. It's basically you have to put in injection wells and actually pull the water out to strip the waters of contamination. But it's hard to get rid of hexavalent chromium too. It's a different remediation process, so
So they won't be reopened then?
likely not anytime
Okay.
soon.
And then the other thing, real quickly, you said in District 7 and 8, those are some of the oldest or the purest water. And so in those districts, they have a lot of industry. And so my concern is about the industry leaking into those wells. What protections are you recommending? Or, you know, I'm concerned about breaches, those kinds of things.
So as far as District 7 and 8, there's the one well field, it's Mallory well field off of North Parkway. The clay layer seems fairly competent clay layer. We didn't really see much young water in that system, if any at all, but that was based on available wells. So there's always a chance that there may be. As far as contamination is concerned, it would be sitting in the shallow aquifer and not in connection with the Memphis at this point. We don't really see any water quality issues. And if you don't see a lot of the age dating tracers that we expect to see, then you can be fairly confident that that water's not there right now. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Vice Chair Avant.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, when you're talking about the management programs and that you're looking at these others, how are those funded?
Great question. So right now, there's 3 primary sources of income for that water quality branch within the Shelby County Health Department. One is through permit fees, so that's the septic applications, inspections, well permits, applications, inspections, and then the second revenue stream is the utility meter fee, and that one was the one that was set in 1990 by a contract between all the municipalities. And so they pay 55 cents per meter to the county to help run this program. That fee has not been updated since 1990. There's been discussions to update that fee, but we would like to see a plan of action of how those funds would be spent and what program they would be funding that would specifically support and help utilities. But that brings in about $175,000 a year. And then the third source is general fund, really just to kind of make up the gap for salaries and just operating costs. So the item before y'all on Monday will be updating the current ordinance that clarifies who can set those permit fees. And the groundwater board, in theory, has had that authority. It just kind of hasn't been clearly stated. So that's to help really bring those fees up in line with the cost of the services they're providing, which haven't been updated in decades.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That is it for the commissioners in the queue. Thank you all for your presentation today. You're welcome back anytime. Just let me know. Thank you. And to my colleagues, I heard someone mention having a presentation from MLG&W, so I will get with MLG&W and probably have them here probably in July so that the budget is behind us. And then I also have reached out to Deputy CAO Griffin to present on the mental health facility. I think that's going to be at our next committee meeting. I know we've gotten a lot of questions on that related to the budget, so that's just a upcoming presentation. That concludes Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford, for those updates. This now begins Committee Number 13, Audit. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby County Government for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by...
My screen's not working. I'll move it.
Yeah, okay, then. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Wright. There we go. I think the system's a little slow. Ms. Schonbaum.
Good morning, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. This is a report that Director Tipton would normally present. Unfortunately, she is out ill today, and so I am going to walk us through this report. We will start on page 2 with property tax collections. You could see, of course, we are at the portion of the year where we have collected substantially all of the property taxes. We're at 98.5% of budget, or $809 million for year to date. That's versus 98.6% in prior year, so basically in line with trend. On the next page, page 3, you'll see that the allocation by fund. You'll note that, as we've talked about over the course of the year, that general fund has a higher allocation of pennies this year versus debt service and education fund. There was a slight reallocation in prior year budget, or current year budget, I should say. On page 4 is the March 31st operating statement, general fund operating statement. I've already presented this in a prior meeting, so unless there are specific questions about it, I won't go through it again. I will be presenting the April report in the next committee. On page 5, we have general fund personnel costs by division, and so that just gives you a breakout of the elected officials, the judicial and mayor's administration, and where we stand versus budget. As you know, personnel costs make up the largest percentage of the general fund expenditures at about 2/3. We are trending above last year, as would be expected with the 6% salary increase that took place mid-year. But we are on track with our budget. We are at about 75% of budget currently, so we are in line with the budget. On page 6, you'll see a breakout of actual versus budget, again, by division, and this is for salaries and O&M specifically. Again, you'll see that we are well within budget currently. Page 7 shows the general fund balance versus prior years. We are basically flat with prior year, just up slightly over at 180 million. Of course, we have significant expenditures coming in at in the fourth quarter and in the early part of FY26, which we will be using to draw down the revenue that comes in. You know, as property taxes are the biggest portion of our revenue, we always see, as you see, the revenue, the fund balance peak at February and then start to trend down throughout the course of the year until we hit that December timeframe where we start picking up property tax revenue again. On page 8, you have a summary of general fund balance current year versus the prior 2 years where we stood at this portion of the year. We are lagging prior year. We, as you all know, are not at our goal of unassigned fund balance of 20%. We are currently, but as we are at the highest point of revenue, we know that that will draw down by June 30th. And so this is, item of focus for us as we try to move back towards being within that fund balance policy of 20 to 30%. On page 9, you'll see cash balances. Again, we are slightly below cash in prior year. But still in a position to get us through that point until we start collecting the bulk of our revenue again in the fall. But as expenditures are adopted and recognized, we will continue to see that cash balance draw down. On page 10 is the Education Fund operating statement. We currently have revenue in excess of expenditures by about $4 million, but we, of course, have additional expenditures still to come of about 23 million still due out. One area where we are lagging is the wheel tax or the motor vehicle privilege tax. That is behind revenue. And so as revenue is slightly lower than anticipated, this is a fund that we are monitoring as we get towards year end. Pre-K funding as of March 31st, again, pre-K is funded predominantly through local sales tax, and that comes in throughout the year. We are on track with prior years, and even though we are have expenditures in excess of revenue, that we anticipate that those sales tax revenues will come in as they normally do throughout the course of the year, and that we are in a good spot for the pre-K fund. On page 12 is the debt service operating fund statement. Here we have revenue well in excess of expenditures as of March 31st. The bulk of our principal on debt is paid actually on April 1st, so that number goes down in April, but we have a very strong fund balance in our debt service and have prepared the debt service fund to be able to handle our new debt issuance. On page 13, we have the CIP budget. You'll see carry forwards from prior year of approximately 106 million with a FY25 budget of 150 million. So we have a total amended budget for FY25 of 256 million, but have only spent approximately 46 million to date. The CIP, I'm sure, will be ramping up as we have the debt issuance now completed, and so there will be more spending against the CIP fund in the coming months. On page 14, you see the CIP payment status versus for the school systems. Again, what we've paid out versus their budget. This is a little bit behind where it normally would be at this time of year, as we were waiting on the proceeds from the debt issuance to fully fund the CIP for the schools, and that has now been, as of today, caught up. And so all the school districts should be fully funded through the first 11 months of the year for their upfront 85% that they receive during the course of the year. And then on the last, on page 15th is just a listing of the funds that we've covered, the special revenue funds and enterprise funds, and those fund balances as of March 31st. And then the final page is the general fund write-up, which you have already received in prior month report. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Good morning, Ms. Schonbaum.
Good morning.
I'm going to make sure I keep my questions within the scope of this, but they will leak into questions regarding budget, which is next. I have a request from the Audit and Budget Chair, because Ms. Schonbaum brought up that there is another presentation that links with this, and it's item number 7. Can we, after we dispose of this item, listen to number 7 first, so that everything would tie in, because Ms. Schonbaum stated that it would. So would that be a problem?
Not a problem.
Okay. Ms. Schonbaum, go to page 3 for me, please. On page 3, I see where the first sentence says, well, the only sentence rather, says the change in property tax revenues affects the general debt service and education funds as allocated by the tax ordinance. When it's stated change, are we talking about the projections? Because we have not changed the rate.
No, that's that change, excuse me, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, that indicates the change of allocation of the penny.
You're talking about the pennies where
Correct.
Some got moved from one fund to another fund?
Correct.
Good segue, because I see that the proposed budget also has a reallocation of a whole lot of pennies. And of course, Michael Thompson's going to come up.
Yes, I will defer to.
No, I'm making a statement, so I'm not having a question at this time. But after I'm done, if you got something to say, go ahead and say it. But the question that I had was as far as the change in property tax revenues. So if we're going to talk about that, I'll wait until we get to the other part regarding projections. I knew you would do that. That's why I said what I said. So, Ms. Schonbaum, I want to go to another page. I'd like to go to page 7. Is page 7 the total of all the fund balances, all 4 categories?
No, this is, as noted on the heading, is general fund balance.
All right, so this is not the unassigned, this is just.
This is as of March 31st, general fund balance.
But not all 4 categories? Is it just one category? You know, you got restricted and all of that. That's
yes,
what I'm asking.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant, was it beyond general fund balance? No, it is, yes, it is all categories.
It's a total of all 4 categories.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And you already explained page 8 to where the goal is to be back between 20 to 25%, which we have not had in the last 4 years, but hopefully we'll get back there, because I know that we were able to keep a steady bond rating, even though I know that there were a lot of conversations on whether we were going to go down or not, and I'm glad that we
That's
didn't.
a lot of questions.
However, depending on what happens with this budget, I've been to New York before on that high floor, trying to justify particular things that other city council members did to a budget. A couple of them have migrated over here, and we end up getting a negative outlook. And I can tell you exactly what happened. We ended up raising taxes, we cut public safety, we laid off people, and we did not have the income threshold. You know, that's one of the categories that we got to have. And what ended up happening was we end up getting a negative outlook on our bond ratings with Fitch, Moody, and S&P. So I'll wait until we get to the next part on that, but I just wanted to talk about this page in concert with what we're going to have next. So I got a couple more questions, and then I'll be done. And where is it at? The summary of financial trends. The second bullet point, you got property tax revenues up 40 million as compared to the prior year due to the higher allocation of the penny to the general fund compared to FY '24. And we're at property tax collections at 98.6% of the budget. Now, we're just talking about, when you say property tax collection, we're only talking about the revenue piece, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do we have the projection for the entire year? You said it's up 40 million. Do you have the projection for the entire year to end? And then I'm going to ask the trustee if she can verify that number.
So I would refer you back to page 3, the full year budget. No, I'm sorry, that's not budget, that's actual collections. I don't have that number in front of me.
I can wait until we get to the budget part, because since we have Mr. Thompson here who's on the phone right now, I'll ask that question again because I want to, you got it?
If I look at my April
Yes, ma'am.
report, the full year budget is 338.5 million versus 306.7 million.
What page are you on, Ms. Baum? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at my April report,
You're looking at your April report. Okay, gotcha.
but it's also in
Page 4?
yes,
All right.
page 4. That's the full year budget is 338.5 versus 306.7.
Okay. I will wait until we get to the other part on that, but I do want to make sure that I can compare the numbers. So my request, and since you said that Mr. Thompson is the one that should, my request on record, and I'll do it on email if you want me to, I need a copy, I need an updated Exhibit A for the FY '25 adopted budget. Since Ms. Schonbaum was kind enough to give us projections all the way up to the third quarter, I want to compare on what we passed, but what the majority of this body passed as a body. You know what Exhibit A I'm talking about, the one that goes with the budget resolution. So if I can get an Exhibit A for FY '25 adopted budget, that'll help me compare these numbers.
Thank you. Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I would recommend, Commissioner Ford, that Exhibit A is in the back of your FY '25 adopted budget book, if we have any around here. I can run upstairs and grab one of those.
Is it
if you'd like me
online?
to. The FY '25
The correct one is online?
The FY '25 adopted budget book?
Okay.
Yes.
I'll get it from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. At this point, because the actual pass out that you gave us was not in Granicus and in on-base, so I make a motion that we accept the report. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Moved by me, moved by Commissioner Ford. All right, now we are at the point of where we're ready for voting. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Morrison, Avant, Chairman Whaley. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This actually concludes Committee Number 13, and we're now begin with Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. We are going to move around for the 11 items that we have for budget today. So we'll start off with item number 7, Madam Parliamentarian.
Yes, ma'am. Item 7 is a resolution receiving and filing the April 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by? Moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Ford. All right, Ms. Schonbaum, you're back on.
All right, good morning again. Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. You have before you the general fund operating statement as of April 30th. As of April 30th, total revenue was up $37.3 million versus prior year, again, driven mostly by the additional allocation of the penny to property taxes, offset by lower fines and fees and interest income. Property tax revenue is up $41 million as compared to the prior year due to the higher allocation of the penny, and is currently at, collections are at 99.5% of budget. Other local taxes are up $1.6 million versus prior year, due primarily to higher business tax collections. State revenue is up $2.6 million due to higher state reimbursements. Federal and local revenue are up $2.1 million, driven by higher reimbursements from the city of Memphis, as well as some timing of collections. Fines and fees are down $6.2 million versus prior year, primarily driven by the general sessions in prior year had an audit cleanup, resulting in funds being collected in excess of budget. Additionally, county clerk and county register fees are lower than prior year currently. Interest is down $3.3 million due to lower interest rates as the Fed began cutting rates. Personnel and expenditure is up $23.8 million, or 9.3%, due to increasing personnel costs, as we previously discussed, due to the countywide salary increase, as well as higher contributions to the required contributions to the pension plan. O&M expenditures are up $15.3 million versus prior year, but still well within budget. This is driven just by generally higher inflation, more expensive supplies and materials, insurance up, and professional and maintenance contracts. With that, I will open it up for questions again.
Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Can you repeat the piece that you just stated as far as interest and the rates going down? So basically, the money that we would have come in is not going to be what it used to be, right? If the interest rates are going down, can you reiterate?
Yes, interest rates right now are fairly steady, but as interest rate and the markets actually have been quite volatile recently. But as if the Fed were to continue to cut interest rates, that would reduce our interest income.
Right. Jerome Powell runs the market, I already know. So hold that thought. I'm going to put a pin right there because it goes into this proposed budget that we got. And I did get an additional copy, and I'm glad that one of the mistakes was fixed, but there's still some other ones in there. But we're going to talk about that later because I've been intentionally quiet about the budget because some people got to do what they got to do and say what they got to say. Some people know what they're talking about. Some people don't know what they're doing. I'll talk about that after this is done. I want to go back to the second bullet point again on your last page. So I see where it says property tax revenues up $41 million. So if you can't answer this, maybe somebody else from finance can. When the budget was approved for FY25, I know that the trustee came down with some projections. And I know that some of the other money coming out of salary restrictions, and yes, we're going to use that word, that phrase, salary restrictions, on the sheriff. Are those numbers that the trustee articulated, I want to say it's about $16, $17 million, are they in these projections for FY25, or are they in the proposed budget and they've been basically carried forward?
I'm going to defer to Deputy Director Thompson.
Why are you walking backwards? Okay, trustee, since you were there, because I might as well get some type of answer, because if he answers first, I know you'll want to answer. And if you answer first, then he'll want to answer. So I know how this goes, so I got 45 seconds left. And what you have seen in the proposed and what you've seen for the item that's in front of us, You know how it went. And I know that I can't wait to have this conversation about some money that doesn't exist, but it's in this book. So do I need to reiterate the question?
I think I got it.
All right, go ahead.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. So there are two lines for property tax projections for fiscal year '25. For example, the 2024 taxes are on the current year line. Then there is a line for prior year taxes that's going to come in that's delinquent from old years. So you project the current year and then you project the prior year. Last year, the current year projection for FY '25, I should say, this year was 804 million and change, and the prior year line was 16,500,000 and change, no change. So it ended up being whatever those two
821.
are added together. Yes, 821.
May I ask one more question since nobody else is in the queue?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the
My
queue.
follow-up, trustee. So with that being said, I thought he was gonna wait. Well, maybe not. I predicted that too. So when you see what we have in front of us in contrast to what you know that number is, 16 and a half, in comparison to what we're gonna be talking about in a minute, should that 16 and a half been put in this presentation? Or is it okay for it to be put as a proposed item for an upcoming fiscal year? Because if we passed a budget for FY '25, one could assume that the 16 and a half would be part of this as we go toward June 30th, 2025. But when I started looking at things in this document, it appears as if it's in here, but there's still a shortage. But we don't have to get into the shortage yet. I just want to talk about that 16 and a half. And Madam Chair, it appears as if, and I don't think I got a question unless the door is open, but I know I've asked the trustee. I know that Mr. Thompson's probably going to ask something. If you want to give latitude to give a follow-up, I don't have anything else unless I deem it very important if it doesn't match up with what we have in front of us. So to the trustee, through the chair.
I do not know what the current document before you is based on. It is on an accrual basis, and we work on cash. I don't know if the 16.5 million is there. I do know that it is not addressed in the budget book, the proposed budget book. On the FY '25 side, on what was my page 9, the 16.5 is missing.
You know he wants to answer or respond. Through the chair.
Mr. Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. The way that governmental accounting works, which is fund accounting, at the end of any fiscal year, the numbers reset and any surplus or deficit is either added to or taken from fund balance. So either of your questions are not appropriate or can be answered because they are irrelevant.
Madam Chair, you know what? I will take what the elected trustee will say on these finances more than an appointed individual. And somebody that's seen budgets for 17 years, about to be 18th one, I find it very inappropriate that Tennessee Code Annotated states that if you got a CPA, you're not supposed to misconstrue any projections or this, that, and the other. And, you know, I'm not going to hash that out here. Maybe we need to get Nashville involved and maybe have somebody else who's impartial look at what has transpired today, and I'll add a few more things on that. So if y'all are okay with an appointed individual saying that your questions are irrelevant, you go right ahead and proceed with the conversations at hand. But that's okay. This is business. And I don't have any other questions, but they need to stay around for the future items.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. I do not see any additional commissioners in the queue regarding this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting for item number 7? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes? I do think there was, when we voted, it said, you're taking care of it on your end. Yeah. Okay. All right, Commissioners, please vote again. Thank you. Item number 7. Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, Whaley. We have 9 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Now we'll get back in the order. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is an ordinance, third reading. Ordinance fixing the tax rate for Shelby County, Tennessee at blank dollars for tax year 2025, fiscal year 2026. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs and Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Moved by Commissioner Ford. Can we get second by Chairman Whaley? Commissioner Ford, are you actually in the queue? The screens are messing up, so I don't know what's happening. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the $2.73 is the certified rate for sure. I know I'd sent for a letter asking, but I have not gotten a response. So are we 100% sure the state's okayed that?
Chairman Whaley.
Yep. So, Director Thompson, yeah, so when we communicated last week, you had informed me that we were still waiting on, to Commissioner Mills' point, we're still waiting on the state to agree to that. And then as soon as they do, we need to bring the resolution to adopt it. So my hope is that we can do that today, but please tell us where we are on the recertified rate.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. We have submitted the calculation to the state for certification. That calculation includes information from the trustee and assessor. We have been in constant communications with the state concerning that letter coming back certifying our rate as of yesterday as well. So as soon as we have that, I can actually reach out to them here shortly and see where that stands. But we do have the certified tax rate resolution prepped and ready to include an appropriate number at the time that we receive a letter from the state.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I have a few questions regarding the rate. When did you all send the letter requesting the tax rate to the Comptroller's Office, number 1? And then number 2, I understand that other municipalities received their certified tax rate already. Is there a timeline for them? Like, is there a deadline for the state to return? I'm just curious.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. We sent the certified tax rate to the state probably about 2 weeks ago, which was right in line with our historical submissions to them. As we know that the assessor finalizes his assessed roll on April the 20th. It takes about a week or so for us to work with the trustee and assessor to do that calculation, at which point we then send it to the state. So the timing is based upon a certified roll being obtained from the assessor on April 20th, a calculation being performed combined with the administration, the assessor, and trustee, and that being sent to the state. It's the timing every year, and it's right in line.
And second question was, is there a deadline for them to then send back the certified tax rate, or is it just up to whenever they, desire to send it back? Is there
My-
anything in statute stating they have to send it back within like a certain amount of time or not? Or in general?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. State law requires counties to adopt a budget by June 30th, and it requires any tax rate ordinance to receive 3 readings. It is important that the state also provides enough time for those 3 readings to be had and a budget to be adopted by June 30th. There is no specific timeline that I know other than that.
Okay. And through the chair to the county attorney and the attorney here, okay, is there anything in statute or is there any deadlines? For example, if we send it in on an X day, they have to send it back within 10 days. Is there anything in statute stating when they're required? Or is there anything historically about, because it's been to Thompson's discussion, that's been 2 weeks.
Janika White, Special Counsel. I am not aware of any deadline, but I'll look for you, and I'll let you know.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue? Or in the queue?
No, thank you. All right. You might as well stay there. And Trustee, you might as well come on. You know, when people were trying to calculate rates, saying how much of a tax decrease this was, and they were getting calculators and stuff out. Again, I was in the back because sometimes you got to let people show that they don't know what they're talking about. You don't need a calculator to calculate zero. 2.731, if approved with the penny that I trust the trustee having, is equivalent to 339. Do not let anybody keep getting on TV lying about it being a cut. It is not. So hopefully nobody gets to the well and says it's a cut. That it would be a bold-faced falsehood. Trustee, I'm looking at, and I appreciate whoever put this book together. Thank you for making sure that all pieces of a pie add up to 100% and not 124.2. But there are other challenges, and I would say mistakes, that are in this book. I'm going to use the trustee's penny value. I'm going to use the 2.731 for this exercise until we get the right number. And I asked you earlier this month about property tax projections. You sent me the information. You gave me the penny. You gave me the tax rate, assuming the 2.731, and you came out to an exact number. I'm looking at this budget book, and it goes with what we're talking about here because we have to fill in a blank. When I look at the penny value on this in this book that does not match yours, which you have not blessed because I've seen the emails, and I multiply by the 2.731 times 100, it is not coming out to the number that is in this proposed budget book. It's off by, I want to say, about $26 million. That's why I asked about the 16.5, because my assumption is that instead of, well, they talked about Gap and Gatsby, they used the 16.5 here, but there's still a $9.5 million gap, which makes this, and of course, they're going to disagree, because I've seen those emails too, which makes this proposed budget imbalanced. You cannot just come up with $9.5 million because you have hopes and wishes and dreams. The trustee, if you look at these, what was just passed out, and Trustee Newman, I appreciate you giving us this because you give us the projections at the end of the year. And you stated that you cannot reach the thresholds that this administration, who should stay in their lane, can meet. If you look at those bar graphs, you will not see any of those projections being at 98. But you have finance that wants to say, well, I hope you can get there for our employees. You can't make up numbers, people. You're supposed to be fiscally responsible, which you've done for the last 7 years. So in my last 2 seconds, can you discuss what I just stated as far as that $9.5 million that a reasonable person would say does not exist in this proposed budget, which makes this imbalanced, which means we may have to look at that penny again?
Regina Newman, County Trustee. when we receive the certified roll from the assessor each year, we provide finance with a projection for property tax collections for the upcoming year. It is based on, and it changes. So we assign a collection percentage to each type of tax. In this present fiscal year 25, that collection percentage on realty was 97%. The collection percentage on personalty was 96.23. And this is the collection percentage of billings, so that we get a forecast that we know we're going to get. It cannot be aspirational. It has to be something we're going to get, or at the end of the year, you run out of money. So the collection percentages in past years were lower. We've adjusted them from time to time, including for this fiscal year. So for FY26, we used the same ones as last year, even though we thought that they would be high due to the economy. But we wanted the forecast to be as high as possible, but still reasonable. So we used the same ones. The collection forecast for property taxes for FY25 taxes was $858,321,557.09. And for the prior year, we increased that from 16.5 to 17 million. That total property tax forecast for fiscal year 26 is 875,321,557. When I received the budget book and it said 884 million.
Page 10.
Page 10. You were all copied on a thread of emails where I asked finance where the number came from. And that number, when it was clarified that although they didn't include the prior year line for FY25 on page 10, they did include it for FY26. The overage is $9.5 million. And then I asked them how they got there, and it has been explained to me that they included a 98% collection percentage for realty and personalty for the upcoming year. That is a fantasy. It has never happened. The collection percentage for personalty tax is 96.23, and it has not hit 96 in 2 years. But that is a much smaller portion than realty. We hope that they offset each other. So including a 98% collection percentage for realty and personalty is not going to happen, and you will have a $9.5 million hole in your budget.
Thank you, Madam Trustee. Commissioner Ford, you're back in, but I'm going to go to Commissioner Sugarman first.
Thank you, Chair. And so if you're looking at this handout on page 6, the trend is going down, not up, from 2021, 97.64, 2022, 97.5, and 2023, 97.28. And so to the Finance Department, where did you get these projections? Because if anything, this is trending down. And I know we have an outstanding trustee who's doing a phenomenal job historically of collections, but I'm just wondering, the trend is going down, not up. And I'm just wondering, what data did you use to make these projections?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. If I may, what exactly are you looking at so I can make sure we're talking apples to apples?
Financial highlights, amounts of property taxes and pilots billed and collected all types as of June 30th each year, page 6. Did you get a copy of the trustees' fourth quarter report? Okay, and that's page 6.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO of Shelby County Government. I will answer based upon the information that's on the trustees' website. I'm going to navigate there and send you all a sheet to pull up where I received my information.
Madam Chair, if you want to go on to Commissioner Ford while he looks it up.
Okay. All right, well, we'll be waiting on you, Mr. Thompson. Vice Chair Avent, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify from the trustee what she was stating about collected for both commercial real tax. I guess the difference between the two tax percentages for each of the different taxes. If you could clarify those amounts again.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. For the FY25 year, we projected 97% for realty. For the FY25 year, we projected 96.23% for personalty. We also have state-assessed properties. We collect most of that, so we project 99.27%. Then we also have pilots and the 25% debt service on pilots. So we have several different categories, and they all get assigned a different collection percentage based on prior years.
Right, so the realty, I'm sorry, was 97,
97,
okay, and then the personal,
96.23,
okay, and the state was 99%?
state 99.27,
And then pilots?
97.5, and the 25% debt service on pilots is 98%. This is for this current fiscal year.
98, I'm sorry, 98?
98 even.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avent. I think it's now back to you, Mr. Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I'll just email you all the FY24 year-end collections. And when it comes via email, if someone can pull that up. Yeah, as of 6/28/2024.
And so again, my question was the trend historically. If you're going back from 2021, and on page 6, you talk about the amounts of property taxes and pilots. And it goes from 97.6 for 2021, and then 97.5, 2022, and then 97.28. And you're looking at a downward trend. And then if also you look at personal property, again, the trend is going down. On page 8, 96.52, 95.97, and then 95.79. And then if you look at bills collected, realty, and that's on page 7, again, you continually see a downward trend. And so my question is, how can you project a spike up? And so I was wondering, where did you get those projections from?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I'm emailing you several of the reports I just emailed so that I can identify the trend for you. When it comes, could you please put it up for me? Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I just emailed the FY23 year-end revenue collections as well, so that I can begin to build a trend. I'm happy to go back to 22, 21, in order to evidence the trend.
I'll tell you what, Madam Chair, for the time, can you just send it in a format like a graph, for each year, and then categorize it the same, because the numbers should be the same, because you get your figures from the trustee. So again, there's a downward trend. And so as far as flipping back and forth to different reports, just put it on a graph and we just compare the numbers. They should be the same. Because again, you're getting your figures from the trustee. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. And then I just want to state for the record, you're saying you're emailing who? Okay, thank you.
May I?
Mr. Thompson?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. I would love to be able to answer this question so that we can have some clarity as we move forward through our budget conversations.
So is your ask, is you trying to answer today? Okay. Because we haven't received anything. I think, Ryan, you're sending it now. Thank you. It'll take her a moment to be able to put it on the screen. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue, but are you still waiting for him to answer this question?
I know what the answer is about to
Okay.
be. I'd like to see what is said so that I can, because let me put it this way, Madam Chair. I already got the document printed off that he's going to talk about because I knew what was going to happen today. So I would like to see what his answer is so then I can go in and clarify some of the things that Commissioner Sugarman has had questions on that I believe that the trustee will bless and say that is the truth because I think we're commingling documents. But I won't say it's too much, but I would like to hear the response before I say what I need to say.
All right, Mr. Thompson, I think Ms. Gillespie has something up on the screen now. And then I do know that Ms. Thomas is making copies of what you emailed as well.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO at Shelby County Government. Before I identify the trend that was utilized in order to establish the revenue projection for FY26, I do want to add something, is that we have heard you. The administration has heard you throughout this fiscal year. We have heard the need to ensure pay parity for our corrections officers. We have heard from our elected officials about the need to attract and retain employees. And lastly, we have heard from our employees, our most valued resource, about the need for increased jobs, increased paying jobs due to inflation and cost increases. So we have heard all of these things, and we have done a tremendous job in including 3% raises, minimum salaries of $40,500, pay parity for our corrections officers, and many other wonderful benefits for our Shelby County employees and citizens. This is a tremendous budget that I'm very proud of, and I will now evidence to you the trend that we recognized in historical trustee collections. On the screen here, if you look, you will see, you may have to make it bigger for some people. All right. And this is we'll start with the FY24 number. All right. In the fourth column, you will see a receipts forecast for current property taxes of $784,180,625. In the column immediately prior, you will see a year-to-date collections of $796,809,822. That is a $12.6 million excess collection that our wonderful trustee was able to garner for Shelby County government. The collection percentage is 101.61%. As I continue to look back in previous fiscal years, I see in excess of 100% collections. Based upon our needs, based upon our county's growing needs, we felt it appropriate to ensure that we're able to include salaries, pay parity, and many other benefits for our employees.
Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Last night. Yeah. Thank you, Marie, but I already printed that off last night because I knew this was going to come this particular way. So, trustee, if there's anything that I might state that is somewhat inaccurate, please make sure that you let me know, because I have two things. I have what he just presented, which I already printed off, and I have something that the trustee gives us as far as the fourth quarter report. You got the 3 pages that matter out of the fourth quarter report. We are not supposed to commingle the essence of what these two documents are because they are completely different. What was presented up there deals with collecting a % of the budget. The 3 pages with the bar graph that the trustee has given us deals with a % of the tax billing, which are 2 different things. Finance is treating them like they're the same, but it's not. There is a monthly accounting roll that the assessor and the trustee work on, which is the latter. The trustee has already stated that with the documents that she's given us that deal with tax billing, she is not going to be able to get to 98%. This is the trustee's document, not that. That's for revenue. This is for tax billing. 2 different things. This is why I said folks need to stay in the lane. But, you know, people are proud of it. I can't be proud of a proposed budget that has a $9.5 million gap. But I've seen the last few years that the level of competence has diminished to where we got people now that are like, just get me I don't know what the new grading schedule is, just get me a D so I can pass the class and get out of here. Trustee, I hope I explained it to where that's the revenue, but what you have given us deals with tax billing. Think about the people that we represent. Do you really think that you're going to get to the 98% of the tax billing? There's some pockets in my district we could possibly, but I'm going to trust the elected who has done this more than us using another model that is completely different from this. So I'm going to ask the trustee, was I in the forest? Was I spot on? Because they're 2 different things. We shouldn't treat them the same. And you have already stated through your experience that you cannot make the number. And we have a $9.5 million hope and wish. To the trustee, through the chair.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. That's an apple, and what he's got in his hand with the bar graphs is an orange. And we operate off oranges. And so each quarter you get our quarterly report. They are all on the website. They're out. They're not secret. They're out there for everybody to see. They're really easy for finance to consult. But there was a tree left out of your forest, and that was that those FY24 forecasts for revenue budget and FY23 were based on different collection percentages. They were lower, which is why collections ran over, is why we increased the collection percentage for the forecast for FY25. So the collection percentage was not 97% in FY24. The collection percentage was less. And it is 97% for FY25. Right now, we have not met it yet. It's the end of May. We intend to meet it. We are at 99.89%. If we roll over, great. But as I've explained to finance in the last 3 CFOs, I can't make up numbers and give them to you guys for the budget and say, oh, we can do 99%. Great, wonderful. And there will be a big hole at the end. And you will have to terminate people and lay off people and have hiring freezes and whatever it is. It's got to be something we know we're going to get here because this is the majority of your budget. So we gave a reasonable forecast. The budget book has $9.5 million extra. I suppose there's a couple of ways you can get there. 3 pennies on the tax rate will get you there. Eliminating TIFs, we pay out $10 million a year in TIFs. You could do away with all the TIFs. The appeals allowance from the assessor for this year for the reappraisals is about $10 million. We could hope that nobody ever appeals their appraisal. And all those things would generate $10 million. But I'm not going to be able to generate that $10 million. And this 98% forecast is not going to happen.
Mr. Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I think Trustee Newman just mentioned several great ways that we can reach a number to ensure that all of our Shelby County employees and citizens are serviced appropriately in FY26.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you. And so, again, I also have a background in finance, and I'm looking at the trends. And historically, again, if you go from 2021, 22, 23, it's a downward trend. And my concern is, yes, we have, projections, and yes, there are desires based on needs, but you can only base your budget on reality. And that's, looking at what's in front of us, it's a downward trend. And so it's not realistic for us to project something that we hope. Yes, we hope we're able to do all these wonderful things for the employees and our constituents, et cetera. But we've got to be based in reality. If we collect more then, that's wonderful. Then at that point in time, we can always amend the budget. My concern, again, is that if we go on what you're stating, okay, then at the end, if we do not, and there's no crystal ball, people are having hardships, inflation's, up and up and up. We may even be headed towards a recession. And so we've got to be very conservative. I am socially liberal, but I am fiscally conservative. I'm very concerned about the road we're going as a commission, because at the end of the day, the administration is going to blame the commission, and we do hold the purse strings. If we adopt this budget as is, towards the end of the next fiscal year, or even the next calendar year, we may be in a different situation. And so I recommend that we listen to our trustee and look at the evidence before us. There's a downward trend. Yes, we want all these things to be put in the budget. Yes, we want equity, and I'm going to get back to that, parity, because I want to make sure that the Sheriff's Department and the corrections are receiving parity. However, having said all that, we still need to be realistic, and this budget is not being realistic. Now, if we overcollect, that's great, but we should deal with that. Right now, we're looking at what's a bit in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Mills, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So my question is, and you're living up to your nickname I gave you, did you knowingly use the numbers apples and oranges when you did this? And did you know there was a $9.5 million gap when using this instead of this?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. At the top of this form that's on your screen, it says Regina Morrison Newman, Shelby County Trustee, total receipts, net of refunds and commissions, cash basis of accounting, 6/28/2024. The numbers before me were obtained from your trustee, and that's what I use.
Did you call to confirm the numbers or anything? Like, this is what I'm using. Is this good? I want my numbers to show up right to the county commission because I want to do a good job and set them up for success.
We confirmed that we should not go above 98% because these numbers are conservative. If we had
Who
set
did you talk
everything,
to? Who said that?
if we had to set everything at 100%, then I would say, you know what, maybe these numbers are inflated.
Did you talk to the trustee when you said that?
But we did not go above 98% because we wanted to remain conservative in our revenue forecast.
Okay, that was a bunch of spin. That was not, we're being set up for failure. When you have the mayor going around saying that he has proposed a 66-cent property tax decrease consistently, and we're looking at this, and we're looking at the numbers that are not adding up, this is such a disservice to not only this body, but the people of Shelby County. We cannot govern like this. And here it is almost June. Am I wrong here? I don't think I'm wrong. Am I the only one frustrated here? I should not be. Don't laugh. It's not funny. I can't get an answer. I just get the spin, and that's not going to work. We can't govern like this.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Ford, you in the queue?
I got a point of information for you first, Chair, to you. And it has to do with this, but I just need to know what your preference is, even though I know you're one and 7 people would have to decide. This ordinance, we're not just filling in a blank. We would have to fill in 4 other blanks too. We haven't even got to the conversation to where the the rate value for the supposed 2.731, which we have not gotten a green light on, to where when I did the math and I looked at equity, use your word, Commissioner Sugarman, that we still need to look at where these where the pennies are being shifted. I think people have an interest to make sure that the maintenance of effort, which I did the calculations, will be set, but there is a significant decrease in the debt service category, and the general fund is increased by a particular number. So what we have is this is my point of information. So thank you for letting me introduce. We haven't gotten the green light from Nashville yet on 2.731. If it changes, that means the penny's gonna change too. I talked to the trustee, she said she was gonna modify accordingly with an easy spreadsheet where the calculations will actually match in contrast to what's in this budget book. Number 2, we still have a lot of deliberations that we have to do where you have put at least 2 meetings to discuss other things, to where, to make the long story short, we're not ready to fill these blanks in yet. So to you, how many more meetings without any special calls do we have for the purposes of getting to a final point to where we can fill in these blanks? Because today it's not going to happen, and I believe Monday is not going to happen either. So that's my question to you.
So I think you're on track with that. After Monday, our next official voting meeting is the 23rd, I believe. In between, we have 4th, 11th, and 18th for discussion.
4, 11, 18, and 23, are those the numbers?
Yeah, 4, 11, 18 Wednesdays, and then 23rd that Monday.
Okay, so we got 2 Mondays to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so with that being said, my question to you, and I'm probably going to ask for this to be referred back to this committee in a motion, but what I would ask is, first of all, if we use the trustees' numbers, the proposed budget in front of you is $9.5 million short. And I really want commissioners to look at how there's been a decrease in, and because of the penny value going up, you can do a couple of decreases, but going into the next item, it's going to be interesting how the justification of an extra $28 million in general fund is okay, and lowering the debt service on this new debt that we just put in place can be lowered by $17 million, to where I would be more inclined to try to get these bills paid as best as we can. So just throwing that out there. So since you've answered that, I don't know if there's anybody else in the queue. If it's not, I would, I defer, and if Commissioner Morrison wanted to make the motion to refer this back since we're not ready. I would ask her to do it. If she doesn't want to do it, I'll do it, so I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the trustee looking at your page 6. It is concerning to see the trends of net collections, which I guess hit a peak in about 2022, possibly due to the pandemic and the free money going through and all. And so I'm concerned about the larger trend of our loss of tax base and how that's going to further potentially increase collections this upcoming year. Do you see that as a problem? That's one question. And then the follow-on to that would be, when you received the overage that was referred to by Mr. Thompson, does that go back into the general fund? And so we have just a fund balance increase when that happens, is that correct?
Regina Newman, County Trustee, Commissioner Morrison, yes, the second question you just answered, and that is correct. Any overage goes back into fund balance.
So, yeah.
After being divvied up between the school fund and the general fund and the debt service.
Mhm.
Okay. But if the school fund has met its maintenance of effort for the year, then it goes back to the general fund. So, in answer to your first question, the assessor's role obviously increased this year. And I'm going to get to a little more in the weeds, and everybody's eyes will glaze over and whatever. But in any event, the forecast based on our proposed certified tax rate, so when we dropped the rate to what we believe the state wanted it to be and we sent it up to them and we did a forecast, we still have $51 million extra unrelated to the reappraisal that's in growth for the coming fiscal year.
Okay.
So there was already $51 million extra coming in. So it is concerning to me, not so much on the real estate percentage because it varies slightly. It never hit 97 before 2018. Mm-hmm. So, and then it dropped back down into 96.9 range or so on the COVID year because everyone was concerned. And then it went back up to 97, and it's remained semi-consistent. I mean, the tiny changes don't concern me on the real estate. The personal property forecast has not hit 96 in the past 2 years. And I think we have a post-COVID commercial issue going on there. Now, we have reinstituted, and in accordance with the law, filing annual lawsuits on delinquent personal property taxes in addition to real estate. So we hope that we're getting it. It catches up in the following year. But it's not this first year that we get that money.
And is the majority of the growth that you have seen because I sense some loss inside the city, is the majority of the growth in the suburbs then?
Commissioner, I couldn't tell you. That would be an assessor question.
Okay.
I just deal with what he gives me on money, and I add it up. 14 million of it is XAI.
Right.
And so out of the 51 million and the rest, if you'll recall my revenue forecast in January, where the assessor and I agreed that the expiration of the sales ratio brought us back $31 million this year. So the 31, the 14, and the extra growth adds up to 51.
One more time on the 31.
That was the expiration of the sales ratio that we've been suffering under the last 2 years.
Okay. Right. So that's not actually real growth.
That's not real. That's just we're able to get it back.
Right.
And so 31 and then the 14 and then the rest of the 51 is growth.
So we're flat.
Yes. Well,
except for
slightly high.
XAI is our thing. Okay. Well, with that, and my belief that this body has to be really confident of our revenue number to have a fiscally responsible budget, I will move as suggested, this reading to the next committee meeting. Was that the suggestion?
Second. All right, that was moved by Commissioner Morrison to move item number 1, this third reading, to June 18th committee. And second by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that without objection?
And with that, I would ask maybe the trustee and the budget, you you all to get together, and it sounds like to make an adjustment here, to present to us so that we can be confident of our projected budget.
Agreed. We accept that without objection? All right, so moved. Thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County government's operating budget for fiscal year 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, it's moved by Commissioner Sugarman. Second by Vice Chair Avant. All right. Item number 2. Director Thompson, are you sitting there in order to make comments? Well, I think, well, these are not numbered, so, hold on. Okay, got it. We're just getting it, okay. So, okay, item 2, we actually have a substitute based upon this stack I have here. So, has the caption changed? Okay, the caption has changed for item number 2.
The substitute caption for item 2 reads, "Resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County government's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2026," sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, can I get a mover? Well, all right. I'll move it, then Commissioner Wright is my second to accept this substitute. Can we do that without objection? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Ford, are you in the queue?
Before, because I might have to object, what's the difference between what was brought forth and this substitute? Because I just reading the caption appears as if, with this whole exercise that we just did, that this resolution is saying this inaccurate budget book, pass it right now. Is that what this substitute is trying to do? Because the caption says, approving and appropriating the proposed operating budget, which is this. Is that the intent of this substitute? Because if it is, I'm going to object.
This substitute was brought by by Deputy Director Thompson, but I think we're now in the line of questioning where items 2, 3, and 4 should be pushed to June 18th as well, because if we're not on agreement regarding just the actual numbers, it's difficult to vote on 2, 3, and 4.
All right, Chair, so I'm trying to make it easy. Would it be best, and I'm asking the questions because if this caption needs to change, saying to approve this proposed budget that we've already said we have challenges that we can agree on, shouldn't the caption and any of the whereas therefore be resolved be vetted before we do this? Because the way that a reasonable person could say, now, if 7 of y'all trying to do this, hey, just let me know. But if y'all trying to pass this right now that has a lot of question marks, is that the intent? I hate to go back to the, is that the intent of this substitute? If not, then is the intent for us to move this also to the 18th as well as the other 2 items? But are we going to do any work on it today? What's your pleasure?
So for me, based upon the previous conversation, and I'm only stating this as now as one of 7 that are needed, is that 2, 3, and 4 not be moved as well. Because it's difficult, to my point of just saying 2, 3, and 4, to vote on if we're not in agreement of what number 1 looks like.
Okay, so we have latitude to modify the captions and everything else when we move this to the to the 18th, because this commissioner right now, with the way that it is written in the caption, proposed operating budget to where we just basically say we just say the operating budget. This is the first time I'm seeing proposed. If you go back and look at previous years, we're not saying proposed. unless there's an inclination by others that they want to go ahead and pass this thing right here, which I don't support. And anybody that wants a $9.5 million shortage on something that where we have to either raise taxes or do cuts or go into the rainy day fund, I can't support that. So we can move on. So we can do 2, 3, and 4. Is there a way that we can just put it on the floor and move it? But are you asking us to do any work today on these items? Are we immediately taking 2, 3, and 4, in your opinion, to the next meeting? Is there any work that's going to be done on these 3?
In my opinion, it would be 2, 3, and 4 doing work on the 18th. So that
All
we,
right.
yes. I see Commissioner Sugarman's in the queue, but I want to give her opportunity.
I won't object, but I'll make a motion to move these to the 18th, if that is the will of the body. So thank you.
Can we do them together?
Well, I thought you wanted to speak.
I'm going to speak.
Okay.
Madam Parliamentarian was making me aware that there, based upon the fact that there's a substitute for number 3 as well, is to move them individually to June 18th versus taking them up as all together. So, but I do want to get Commissioner Sugarman, who's in the queue, before we take an action.
Thank you, Chair. This is minor. Okay, so I have 2 and I have 3. So you said 4. So 4 is the resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. Is that number 4? Because it's not numbered.
It is supposed to be number 4, but
Thank
it
you.
is not numbered. You're correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I hate to do this, but it just doesn't feel right to this commissioner to move this without doing at least one thing. So I'd like to move, we're on 2, right?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to strike any mention of the word proposed in this item that has been substituted. But we'll keep
It's a part
everything
of
else in.
yeah, it's a part of the caption, Madam Parliamentarian. So you're saying take out proposed,
Yes.
and that was seconded by Commissioner Mills. Can we accept that change without objection? So moved.
And Chair, I'd like to move this unless somebody else needs to speak for this item to go back into committee for the 18th.
Second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we accept that without changing, moving item number 2 as substituted and changed, and amended rather, to June 18th?
And this might be my mistake, but just to have a clean record, I just wanted to make sure it had been stated that the substitute was accepted without objection. Okay.
Yes.
And so then,
Yes.
and also it has been amended without objection to remove the word proposed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes care of item number 2. Then we have to do, Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3. To June 18th. I'm sorry, what? Just 2 weeks. You just said we had to do them separately. Yeah, it was moved by Commissioner Ford. Okay. All right. Now we're on to item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution amending the Shelby County FY 2026 FY 26 capital improvement budget in the amount of $160,509,466, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. All right, and then we actually have a substitute for item number 3. And I'm trying to see, is the caption different? Okay, proposed, gotcha. That's what the change is. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read the substitute caption?
Yes, ma'am. The substitute caption for item 3 reads, "Resolution approving the Shelby County proposed capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2026, FY26, in the amount of $160,509,466, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs."
All right. I need a mover. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we accept the substitute without objection? So moved. All right. Now, if I look in the queue, I see Commissioner Ford. You're in the queue.
I'd like to move to strike all mentions, caption, and body of the word proposed.
Second by Commissioner Mills. Can we accept that change without objection? So moved. All right, Commissioner Ford, you still have time.
I'm going to look at these therefore be it resolves to make sure there's no other funny business going on in these substitutes. So I won't make any other amendments at this time. But on the 18th, I plan to, if Commissioner Sugarman, who's in the queue, would like to make the motion to refer this back, I won't have to do it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, okay, so this roads and bridges for $3,097,500, it excludes, according to the proposed book, and I have Darren Sanders out there in the audience. It excludes, let's see, Hacks Cross. And so Hacks Cross has been on the agenda since 2015. And if this administration is going to exclude this, and it's also matching funds, so if Sanders is in the audience, if you could please approach the bench. I have some questions. I know we're going to move it, but I just want to make sure it's included, because otherwise I need to bring my constituents out here, because this administration has been telling my constituents all year that they're going to start working on expanding Hacks Cross. So are these funds, $2 million or whatever, going to be put in the budget? Have you had a conversation with the administration, number one?
Okay.
Number two, how long has it been on the agenda? Then number three, how long will it take to widen Hacks Cross? And then number four, what amount needs to be in here? I'm just, because we had a conversation and you stated it was matching funds. And so my question then becomes, is it $2 million that needs to be put in, or what does that figure look like?
Okay, Commissioner Darren Sanders, County Engineer. I'll kind of take that question going to reverse. We have secured federal funding, so that we went through an application process just recently, and it's a $30 million construction project. So it's an 80-20 split. So we've got $24 million in federal side, so we need $6 million on the local side to be able to do the work. We're currently working on the right-of-way. And once we get all the properties acquired, which my team feels confident that that'll happen, sometime in the next 3 to 4 months. We do have a couple holdouts, so there could be some legal. We'll just have to deal with that as we as we go along. But we anticipate starting construction next year, so we'll be in FY26. I have had some discussion with Director Thompson about we could potentially carry forward the funds. I guess there's some funds in this year's FY. CIP 2026 that we could carry forward to utilize those, but that's kind of the only discussion. That's as far as I've had discussions with Director.
And what is the amount of money needed for 2026 fiscal year to put in the budget?
So we would need $6 million.
Okay, and so could we, if, for example, you are discussing maybe putting it over a 3-year period, or do we have to put all the $6 million in the 2026 budget?
So the way that we award a construction contract, even though you are correct, it would take about 2 to 3 years to construct it. We would have to award the construction project in one single contract, though. So we would need the $6 million in FY26.
And so we wouldn't be able to spread it over?
I don't believe so. I have to let Director Thompson.
Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. A point of clarity, this project is currently in FY25's adopted CIP 5-year plan, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Therefore, the funding is available now for this project to commence. If this project is able to be encumbered this fiscal year, funding will remain. If this project is unable to be encumbered, any commissioner can make an amendment to the proposed FY26 capital improvement plan to shift it from FY25 to FY26. So, two things to be clear. Funding is currently available in FY25 for this project to be encumbered. If it is encumbered, it can be carried forward. If it's not encumbered, it will have to be then amended into the proposed FY26 capital improvement plan. Both are, all good with me. No
Thank
problems
you.
at all.
Thank you. And so I will be reading a resolution to carry it forward. And so what is the, wait a minute, Director. So what is in this 2025 amount that needs to be carried forward? Is the $6 million already there, as stated, that's needed? You stated on record that's.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government, during budget conversations last year with Public Works, $3 million was included for bonded dollars and approximately $24 million from federal. So either way, we're happy to either encumber and carry forward or shift into 26.
Okay, I'll be bringing a resolution to carry it forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Chairman Wiley.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to finance real quick, we need to make sure that we've got the exhibits attached to the resolutions, because the exhibit's referenced in this, but it's in the book, and so when we start taking action on it, we got to be able to adjust it within the resolution. Okay?
I'll make sure we get that.
Yep. So, Madam Chair, just an administrative amendment here. I'm going to amend to attach the exhibit, so that when we look at this next, we have the actual exhibit attached to the resolution so that we can amend it in the exhibit, which will transfer to the budget as a whole. Right now, it is in the book, but the amendment is to put it in the resolution.
Moved by Chairman Whaley to make that add. Second by Vice Chair Avant. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, Chairman Whaley, you're still in the queue, so if you want to go ahead and actually make the motion for us to move item number 3 as amended to June 18th committee meeting. That's where we were. We're doing each one separately.
So why do we not want to refer this to subcommittee?
So the idea was that we did it in committee because you had the most people here, and you can talk about it in subcommittee, but it still would have to make it to the 18th anyway. So it doesn't stop it from going to subcommittee, but it has to be on
Right.
for 18.
Right. Okay, I mean, it's your prerogative. I think the more time we have to take action on it, the better. But if you'd like to move it to June 18th, we can do that. Okay, all right, I'll move it to June 18th.
Second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford.
One question to piggyback on what you were saying. So just for the electeds as well as everybody that's listening, can you quickly go over the schedule so that those that are here as well as others that may want to attend as well as commissioners will know what the other dates are going up to the 18th, so that, to your point, we can get as much work done as possible so that the 18th can be maybe painless as possible? However, I don't know.
Excellent point. So subcommittee is June 4th and June 11th. So we can discuss these items in subcommittee. But according to the rules, the item itself has to go on to be June 18th regarding the day. So we
Right.
can discuss in subcommittee June 4th, subcommittee June 11th.
Right. And let me ask this since we're on that, because like I said, others are here. I know what quote unquote deadlines you want to have, but I know in the past, There have been individuals that would bring a motion to basically gobble up everything in one lick, and it was way past a deadline. So are you trying to be a stickler to that deadline, or would any of those items, when we get to the 18th or that Monday, be possibly entertained in order to possibly get us across the finish line, whether we agree or not, which has happened in the past? I just want to know, are there going to be strict timelines to where there won't be any other amendments, which I think we would have a problem, because just in case the budget falls apart or whatever the case may be, will there be latitude to possibly introduce some other things for the purposes of trying to get to the 7th?
You're asking, will there be latitude given for the June 18th?
I'm talking about
committee.
That and the Monday.
And the Monday,
and
the June
Monday,
23rd.
yes, which has been done in the past.
Since Chairman Whaley is the person that would have to do any type of special called.
No, I'm not asking
You're
special
just saying
call.
waiting for the actual Monday, like as an add-on.
I'll give you an example. We had a lot of amendments, A through W. There was a commissioner who's not here. They brought a motion to do everything in one lick. That was the budget, that ended up being the budget resolution as amended. It was done on that Monday in the wee hours, and there were more than 7 votes in order to get it across the line. It was past the deadlines that were brought forth, but it was something that the majority of this body voted on.
Got
if
it.
that makes sense.
Our goal is, quite
I'm still
honestly-
gonna do the work. I'm not
Yeah,
opposed to the work.
our goal is to
I'm
do
just
the work,
saying.
and let's try and stick to the deadlines, the guidelines. I think that's the whole point of us doing subcommittee, but I get things happen.
Yeah, and I'm just asking, will it be allowable, or, I don't want to just be an allowable because, y'all know where I'm going with this. So I just want to make sure that in order for us to get through, I don't mind bringing amendments. I don't plan on bringing anything in addition to this $9.5 million hole we already got in this budget. But if there's a way that we can possibly entertain cuts and whatnot, I know at least one of my colleagues brought things. I just want to make sure that they can get the time that they deserve. That's all. So
Gotcha.
I won't take any more time on this because we got to get more stuff done today.
Understood. The goal is for those things to happen in June 4th and June 11th and June 18th. But I understand. I understand your question. All right, we've moved that item to June 18th. Now, Madam Parliamentarian, we're looking at item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, the item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we, now we actually have a substitute for item number 4. It wasn't numbered, but it is item number 4 in that packet. Is the caption is the same? Right, so don't. Yeah, it says substitute on here, and there's nothing in the system. So, Deputy Director Thompson? Can you state for the record the difference between the item we originally had and what's actually here as a substitute?
This is item number,
4.
is this the same as the amended to approving? Is this, I don't have it in front of me, forgive me. I didn't grab it. Yeah. Actually, this was a grammatical error that we caught, but everything else remained the same. Caps remained the same, numbers remained the same, just a grammatical error.
All right, thank you for that. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Does this one, since I don't have this in front of me, does it have the word proposed in it?
It does not.
Okay. Very quickly, because since we're talking about the 5-year, we're talking about debt that we have taken on for multiple years on projects, and since we're really going to need one to be right to do 2, 3, and 4. Oh, thank you. Let me make sure it doesn't have that in there. Okay, all right. Okay, and this is for those that are here that have CIP projects, and some of them are also commingled with some of the operating that they have. Just for the record, since we have stated that the 3 pots of general fund, education, and debt service, when we entertain these items again, and like I said, I'm going to go with the trustees' numbers. And if I'm going with the trustees' numbers and I perform equitable math on general fund, education, and debt service, I need information that shows that we are in a great situation in order to pay on the $300 million of bonds that we just went out for, the 2 150s for the next 2 fiscal years. Hello, Ms. Schonbaum, how are you? And the reasoning on why the penny for the debt service is proposed to be decreased by, and like I said, I'm just doing the equitable numbers using the trustees' numbers, by about $17 million. The education, I see why that dropped, because it takes you right to the maintenance of effort. But for the people that are in the audience, that would add up to about $28 million going back, increasing in the general fund to where I just want to make sure that we're making our payments. Is there an opportunity for us to make additional payments so that we won't have to pay on the interest? And is there a way that we can take care of some of these things? Because I know that I see law enforcement here. I predicted, Ms. Lindsay, that y'all were going to have a $50 million salary restriction. Y'all got 50.8, which is $6 million more than last year. So the defunding continues. But to go back to this particular item, since Ms. Schonbaum is in the seat, can we get a projected on what the debt service, hypothetically, if we go with what this would represent at a point, I'm giving you this, a .363 at the penny value that the trustee has given us, where will we be at when we pay on the debt for the purposes of possibly taking some of the debt and paying on it better? Because I would love to make sure that that stable outlook on our bond rating stays as is, and we don't put ourselves in a situation where we are in trouble. So that's my only question. When she answers it, I can go ahead and make the motion for this to go. Or did we already do it?
We did not, as a point of information, Madam Parliamentarian and I were going back and forth around, this does not necessarily have to be substituted. If he's saying a grammatical error, we can amend the original one with the grammatical error.
Okay. Was there already a motion to send this to the 18th? Or
It has not been done yet.
After she answers, I'll do that. Through the chair to Ms. Schonbaum.
All right, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I'm unclear about your question moving forward of the value of the penny, but what I can tell you is that the current fund balance, even with the reduction in fund balance, the fund balance in the debt service fund is significantly healthy to maintain, to pay off our scheduled debt going forward. You've made a note regarding paying the debt more quickly, and that's not something that we do. We have a schedule that is set out when debt is issued, and we pay according to that schedule, and we know what that schedule is and can budget to that schedule. And if interest rates were to drop such that it were attractive for us to refinance the debt, we would do that. But there is no reason, but we pay, when we just issue debt, we have a scheduled debt service, and we adhere to that debt service. We cannot pay it in advance.
If that's the case, then it doesn't have to be answered today. Then if we are lowering that dollar amount significantly, then a reasonable person can say, why are you putting $5 extra on my tag? Don't answer that yet. Think about it. I know y'all will come up with an answer. It may not be the answer, but think about that too. Thank you. I like to move for this item to go to the, ma'am.
We have two amendments that we have to do
Okay.
before we move it, which number one is the grammatical error. But first, let me go to Commissioner Sugarman before we do an action. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so Commissioner Ford just stated that the $5 increase is in the budget for the wheel tax. If it is, we need to take that out. So I'm just going to put that out there in the public's ear, because I do not support a regressive taxation of $5. And it's not that significant in the scheme of things, but it's significant if you're, fighting to earn a living wage, if you're fighting to buy groceries for your family, and bread continues to go up, eggs continues to go up, and we're looking at, a recession. And so I want to make sure and put on record that I do not support a $5 increase in the wheel tax. And so, Madam Chair, I have a question, point of information.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Sugarman.
So I would like to see them back out the wheel tax, because we did not approve, to support that wheel tax as a commission.
So,
The $5 increase of the wheel tax, we as a commission do not support that, but it's baked into the budget.
Director Thompson wants to answer the question. Director Thompson?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. We are bringing all of these items to you as proposed so that we can work toward adoption. If you also choose not to include that $5 wheel tax increase, that so be it. But everything that you have on your plate right now is proposed for adoption. So therefore, it is included and appropriately included. I will say this also: it's important that you all refer to your quarterly reports and your monthly reports to stay current on fund balance amounts for the various funds, education, debt, and general fund. There was a question surrounding the robustness of the debt service fund, and if you refer to your quarterly report, you will see that information there.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to move to take that out separately and let us vote on, but I understand it's not this item, but I'm just saying, because we're going to talk about it in June, I want to make sure the Finance Department can't say, like they've done the past 2 years, oh, we don't have time to do that. I think it needs to be backed out when you all come back on the, 18th, or whatever the date, June 18th, that we have it bifurcated so that we could see, what it looks like, and then vote on that separately, even though that's not before us. Because the commissioner over here to my right brought that up. Then I have a right to talk about it. And I want that backed out. Thank you.
Vice Chair Avent.
Madam Chair, I appreciate Commissioner Sugarman's point, and I think this is part of the discussion, and as we go through the process, if there are budget amendments that we want to make that take this out or add something back in, I think that's part of the process, and we can work through those through the subcommittee process. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
So, to that point, thank you, Vice Chair Avent. To that point, June 4th is a discussion day. So I think if you could bring something that shows what it looks like without the $5, something that, what it looks like with the $5. That way we'll know exactly what we're looking at. I think that's what I'm hearing today is people want to be secure in the numbers that we're voting on as we move forward. So the ask is on our first subcommittee meeting, there will be a discussion about items 1 through 4. So be prepared with what's needed for June 4th. All right, back to the amendment portion before you make your move is the grammatical error was the fiscal years, and I also want to make, wait, Madam, do I need to do these separately or can I do them at once? Okay, do them together, and also an administrative amendment around the exhibits actually being attached to the item as previously stated. So then that way they're in the system and that way we have everything we need as we vote on the item. So I make a motion for that amendment all right, second by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Ford.
All right, since both of those were done, I got one other recommendation for the 4th, and it has to do with this because I know that wheel tax was supposed to go to debt service on items including but not limited to Regional 1 and the 2 schools, including but not limited to. Is this additional 5 also included in the debt service on, they don't have to answer it right now, is that also included? Or is this basically a money grab where it goes to operating and it doesn't go to the already existing resolution? That it would go to debt service including but not limited to Regional 1 and the 2 schools? Because it goes back to what I said before, we're going to lower the debt service so many millions. We might as well put some of the rate back and not have to do anything to my colleague's point. So if they can answer that on the 4th, does that $3 million, or 3.5 if you do 5 times 700,000, does it go to debt service, which has to do with what we have up here, or is this just operating, which has nothing to do with a resolution that this body passed? So we can get an answer to that on the 4th. That'd be great. With that being said, I'd like to move for this item to go down, refer to the 18th.
Second.
All right, that was moved by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Madam Parliamentarian, we're now on item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was referred back to committee in May 19, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. All right. Director Thornton, you are now before us. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. Well, good afternoon. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. This is the compensation policy that we're required to pass every year. These are the policies and procedures in which Shelby County government has to follow when it comes to promoting demotions and terminations of employees. Other than that, I ask you all to vote in favor of this document.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Okay. There was a reason why I asked for this to be referred back to committee. And now some new information has come that deals with people's salaries as well as some other things. So this is what was brought to my attention by a few electeds. And I got my notes right here. That 3%, unless something happened today, it has been brought to my attention that it is not in the elected's budget, the 3%. Could it be possibly in another area in that proposed budget, hiding? I think I know where it might be, but I'm not sure. The electeds want me to state on record that they do not work for the county mayor, which is correct. And most of the offices only got, and we got that sheet that was given to us with the wants and the needs. Most of the offices got only 50% of their O&M request, and some got little to none of their request. If you go look at the charter, 3.07B, that is a violation, and it deals with consolidated budgets. Now, we have electeds here. We could easily ask them, as far as the consolidated budget is concerned, did the charter get followed regarding what is supposed to be in place regarding consolidated budgets? Because if not, this compensation policy that I wanted to hold off on, if the electeds, and some I support, some I don't, but for this particular exercise, if they have not received particular requests to where any compensation policy, they can't meet their needs of their respective offices, hate to bring that word up again, but y'all might have to sue. I got a couple other things on here. I got my notes on here. I'm looking at some of these things where we talk about salaries and fringe benefits in the proposed budget. If you go to page 20, you got salaries and fringe benefits going from $39 million to a negative number. How do we do that? But we're talking about compensation. But O&M for the administration has almost doubled. Did y'all know that, electeds? If you go and look at the book, in 2024, O&M for the administration was $14.4 million. They're proposing $31 million, but you can't get what you need. That's a problem. I'm not ready to, now 7 people can go ahead and vote on whatever they want to do, but a lot of this stuff has nothing to do with the HR director. So I'm saying that before he does his soliloquy. But if they can't get what they need, I'll walk over there to the court with y'all, don't mind. I'm gonna leave it there.
Good afternoon, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. Respectfully, everything you just said had absolutely nothing to do with this policy. So therefore, what you just mentioned, sir, all deals with the future budget. This policy before this honorable body deals with the policies and procedures that are set forth by Shelby County government pursuant to the charter in which an individual is hired, fired, or promoted. Has nothing to do with the current budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
My last time, and you're correct, but what your bosses have done could trigger some things that would affect this in future fiscal years, in my strong opinion, with documents. There are some electeds as well as their deputies here. I don't know if any of them filled out a card, budget chair, but I did not know if any of them wanted to speak on what I stated as far as what their requests are that could affect what they have discussed concerning the compensation policy, to where if hypothetically this item passes, if their budget, and I did get the big old, and I'll make sure you get the binder, Ms. Lindsay, with the big list. She got it? Oh, okay, good. Will any of the things, if any of the electeds or their appointed representatives, will any of the things that we just got that affect your O&M, whatnot, affect what is being discussed in front of us, to where you might not be able to do what you need to do, to where there was a lot of conversation. Y'all said y'all were good, but then new stuff has come. Do any of you all want to talk about how the new stuff can affect this compensation policy? If you don't want to, I'm asking whether it's a Ms. Lindsay or the trustee or Ms. Anybody. If you want to leave it alone.
They want to leave it alone, sir. Let's take
And right when you said that, look to your right. Through the chair who's talking to
and for
staff.
the record, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources.
Just
Let's
gonna take my
keep
time.
the discussion on the compensation policy, not the budget. So if someone is here just to talk about what's happening with the budget, that's fine. But that's not appropriate before this body at this particular time.
Chair, this is the second time that an appointed wants to question what an elected for the last 17 years is asking on a particular record. Now, if a particular commissioner who's elected wants to put a point of order and state that my questions are inappropriate, then I'll appeal the decision of the chair, and we do that process, not the process that an appointed individual wants to suggest. I appreciate the suggestion, but no thank you. My question is, to Ms. Lindsay, the new changes that were proposed, how would that affect the item that is in front of us? Through the chair to Ms. Lindsay.
You can answer the question, but I know you also pulled an appearance card, so if you want to do this all at one time, that will work. Thank you.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Ford, I just wanted to mention that, again, the 3% raise does not appear to be in the proposed budget for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Raising the employees to the minimum of the $40,000 also does not appear to be in the Sheriff's Office budget. I mentioned this last time, that those figures were not included in the very last page of the compensation policy. Additionally, but what's interesting is the $5 for the wheel tax does appear in whatever budget, but the budget for the $40,000, not the budget, but the compensation for the maximum for the salary grades do not include that information, the 3% nor the $40,000 to bring everyone up to the minimum. And I just want to renew the Shelby County Sheriff's Office objection to page 28 because it does not include those ranges between 72 and 76. I think this item has been before the body on a couple of occasions, and still that work has not been done. Can I see it? Okay, if I'm incorrect, I apologize, but I have not seen a revised one where it has the ranges of 72 through 76, but then also, there are also employees that are outside of those ranges. And then finally, there's an item, I believe the very last one in section G, that says that the sheriff's office, in order to reclassify public safety positions, we must have the approval of human resources. So again, I just want to renew those objections to this policy.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue.
No, I don't need it. I think other appointed folks want to have conversation, but I'm done.
All right. Director Thompson, Deputy Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. It is important that we immediately clear the record to ensure that we have adequate facts as we head into this budget season. I would like to direct everyone's attention to page 61 of the budget book in front of you. And if you would please join me there, I would like to ensure that you all can see the 3% increases in the sheriff's budget and also everyone's salary at the lowest level to $40,500. Page 61 of the FY26 proposed budget book. We're there?
For those who are participating, I think if you
Okay.
can go ahead, sir.
For those participating, on page 21, if you identify account, I'm sorry? 61. If you look at account 5102, and you go across to FY26 budget, you will see a total sum of $137.7 million. If you compare that to the prior year, which is FY25, you will see $135.2 million. That's a difference of $2.5 million. That increase is in the sheriff's budget. If you go to page 62, you will also see the increase for the fringe as well. So there is a total of approximately $6.5 million additional within the sheriff's budget that includes the 3% raises and also minimum salaries of $40,500. Happy to highlight it for anyone in their books.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Lindsay?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. If that's true, then there are some things that are missing from our budget. For example, having the positions that are related to memorandums of understanding, they must not be at the appropriate level. So there's some type of miscommunication or miscalculation, but both of those cannot be true. It cannot be true that the 3% is in the budget and the $40,000 as well as our MOU related increases, or the minimum level for grade 1 for vacant positions.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Vice Chair Avant.
Madam Chair, as this was referred to the May 19th meeting, I guess I would ask if we could refer this item, if it is something directly related to the budget, and if it's not directly related to the budget, if we could move forward and then spend the due diligence that is needed by this commission to look at all of the items that are kind of the volley back and forth between the administration and the sheriff's office. I think we are owed that opportunity, and I'm not prepared for us to go back and forth about these items unless we're going to go into a very deep dive about the budget, and then any of those requests that have been proposed, as well as a presentation from the appropriate bodies. But if it is not related to this compensation policy, I would rather we do not muddy the waters with budget discussions at this point, as we have 2 subcommittee dates that we have decided to dive deeper into the budget.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant, because Director Thornton, as he made the statement, the policy is more around the policy versus going back and forth about the budget item. So, Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be around the same line of thinking. If I could get your attention for a second, Mr. Thornton. So if what's before us is the compensation policy, I get that there's a dotted line to the budget, but is this something that, if need be, could we pass it in the next meeting, and then at some time, if something changes in the budget that affects this, it could be amended later after in July or whenever? Or does it need to be like set in stone? How?
Gerald Thornton, thank you very much, sir, for your astute observation. This policy is constantly being changed. And like I said the last time, a couple of weeks ago, that we were actually going to come back down here and amend this document anyway once the complete compensation study is done. So this is not set in stone. These are the policies and procedures. It has nothing to do with the budget. What I've heard thus far is all about the budget. This is the policies and procedures in which the charter requires us to pass. It's just policies and procedures. Also, for clarity, I know Ms. Lindsay, and I'm sure it was just a mistake on her behalf, stated that we did not amend as instructed the grades from 72 to 78. I did include that. It's at the very bottom of this document. It's highlighted in red in your document. So I know that was just oversight on her behalf, no intent there, but it is completed. Again, this has nothing to do with the budget. Everything I've heard thus far is about budget. These are policies and procedures on promotions, demotions, terminations, if we have layoffs. It's just the procedures in which we use in order to hire and fire and terminate and separate employees. It has nothing to do with the budget. And I think we're confusing, apples and oranges, confusing budget with compensation policy. And maybe the term is wrong. They might need to change the terminology next year. But this has nothing to do, again, with the budget. These are just procedures which we're required to, by both state law and the county's charter, to pass in order for someone to get hired. Minimum salaries, restrictions, pay rates, collective bargaining units. We identify the collective bargaining units. Recruitment bonuses, out-of-class pay. When we separate a person from payroll, when someone dies, how we pay that person's benefits out. These are policies. They are not attached to the budget at all. And you're absolutely right, sir. We can come back at any time, and I think Commissioner Sugarman, about a year and a half ago, we actually amended it in order to include the Hiring Review Committee, because it was not codified. We codified the Hiring Review Committee and the procedures in which we would use in order to look at a person for a salary review or equity review. They were not codified. And so therefore, in order for all electeds to know the procedures, policies and procedures, that's what we did. This actually is a part of the old volume 1 of the policies and procedures. It's now called a compensation policy. This has to be uploaded by July 1 every year, unless you want to do some type of continuation order of last year's budget, of last year's policy. It's just a policy. Again, last time I'm gonna say it, it has nothing to do with the budget. Absolutely nothing to do with the budget.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright. Thank you, Director Thompson. We're now at this point of this item. I'm sorry, Thornton, thank you. Vice Chair Avent, I see you still in the queue. Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, we're at the point of where we're going to vote on this item. Can you please prepare our screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, Avent. We have 4 aye votes.
My screen isn't working, so can you put me down as a yes?
Corrections. We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, Avent. We have 5 aye votes. And Commissioner Ford abstained, 5 ayes and 1 abstain.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 6?
Item 6 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Chancery Court FY 2025 General Fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $90,796, reflecting revenue collections, and to amend the FY 2025 Position Control budget, increasing salary and fringe benefits for 14 full-time employees, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was deferred in April 30th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Vice Chair Avent and a second by, well, I'll do it, Commissioner Wright. Thank you so much. All right, Clerk Hall, we have you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. SSDD, back again for a compensation policy that none of us have seen for the study. So I guess we're going to have to punt this resolution once again to the 18th. So it can comport with the results of the study.
Thank you so much, Clerk Hall. So the motion is to move this item to June 18th committee meeting. Second by Vice Chair Avent. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 8, please?
Item 8 is a resolution receiving and filing the report of debt obligation of Shelby County government for the issuance of general obligation public improvement and school bonds 2025 Series A as authorized by the County Commission on December 16, 2024, item number 79, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item, my screen is being worked on, so if I can get a mover, Commissioner Wright, and a second by Vice Chair Avent. Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Schambon.
Good afternoon, Danielle Schambon, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. This is simply a resolution for a report that we have to file with the state on our debt that we recently issued. The debt obligation, the debt offering went very well. We're very pleased with the outcome, and this is just simple paperwork, so we ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Schambon. I don't see any commissioners in the queue, so Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you put me down as a yes? And tally our votes, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Avent. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 9?
Item 9 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 trustee general operating budget and making a one-time transfer of trustee PC refresh funds from the FY 2025 IT PC refresh internal services funds to FY 2025 trustee general fund in an amount of $155,198.03 and approving the purchase of kiosks with Advanced Kiosk DBA H32 Design and Development LLC in a total amount not to exceed $155,198.03. Appropriation and expenditure of such funds for a total amount not to exceed $155,198.03. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright and a second by Commissioner Ford. All right. Madam Trustee.
Good morning, afternoon. This, Regina Newman County Trustee, this is a resolution to expend existing trustee funds that were in PC Refresh for kiosks, 3 kiosks for the county. We attempted to do this some years ago, and for COVID reasons, they couldn't get computer chips. So we are piggybacking off a federal contract to get these 3 hopefully implemented in the coming year. But we need to expend the funds this year, so they cost about $50,000 each, and it includes the maintenance. We ask for your approval.
Thank you, Madam Trustee. I don't see any commissioners in queue for this item, so Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 10, please?
Item 10 is a resolution approving the purchase of OPEX Falcon Plus Red with OPEX Corporation in a total amount not to exceed $126,023. This item requires the expenditure of trustee FY 2025 general funds in the amount not to exceed $126,023. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Wright. Madam Trustee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regina Newman County Trustee, the OPEX machine in our office, we operate with 2. It is the very large machine that opens the mail, scans it all. We operate digitally, so this scans all the payments, et cetera. We have 2 that are getting rather old. We would like to move them to our emergency disaster recovery site, and so this is one of them. The funds exist in this year's budget, and this is a sole source contract from OPEX. We appreciate your approval.
Thank you, Madam Trustee. There are no commissioners in queue for this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting?
I guess you don't get to say it.
Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 11, please?
Item 11 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to appropriate funds in the total amount of $15,000 to the City of Memphis Parks and Neighborhoods Department for grass cutting and debris removal from certain cemeteries located in the City of Memphis for fiscal year FY 2025. This item requires an allocation and appropriation of FY 2025 Commission contingency funds in an amount not to exceed $15,000, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Bradford. Okay. Are you in the queue for a question? Okay. All right. Just making sure that we have it in front of us first, and then now I can go to you, Commissioner Brooks, for this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have not reduced the amendment to writing. However, I have spoken with the sponsor, and this amendment simply will add Zion Hill Cemetery to this list of cemeteries.
All right, Commissioner Brooks has moved that Zion Hill be added to the list of cemeteries, a second by Commissioner Wright. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Every year we got to come and do this. I need to find out what the city council is doing because they usually match. And then my question is, because the price of doing these have gone up, and I do agree that we do need to add that sixth location. Is $15,000 actually going to be enough to do what needs to be done? And the reason why I say that is because I don't know if you all were on the commission, maybe, but there was a gentleman that was trying to find his mom at one of these properties. I can't remember which one. I don't know if it was Rose Hill, if it was Mount Carmel. And what ended up happening was he said, I'll cut the whole place myself just to find my mom. And we shouldn't be in a situation where it's like, wait a minute. So my question is, and maybe we can find out two things. One, will the city council match this like they usually do? And number two, will this be enough to actually do the cuts that are needed for all 6 locations? So I support the item 100%. So I can easily make a call and find out if that's going to be the case. So if that is the case, let me find out also how much it would cost. So if we need to add to this particular dollar figure, because budget chair to you, didn't we do 30 last time?
It was 15.
Or did we do 15?
It was 15.
And the council did 15?
It was 15, so a total of 30.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna do my due diligence on that. I do support the item. Let me work to see if we're gonna get the same match, and on Monday, I'll most likely add myself as a sponsor after I do some work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting on this item as amended?
You know Reginald Milton voted against this, and 2 of these were in his district. Not with us located, they don't do really anything with these cemeteries here. There should be some state money.
Commissioner Brooks?
Madam Chair, I'd like to be added as a sponsor, please.
Second.
All right, it was moved by Commissioner Brooks, a second by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, now we're at the point of committee number 1 where we're going to address our add-ons. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 12?
Item 12 is an add-on item. Item 12 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Government FY 2026 Proposed Trustee General Fund Operating Budget in an amount not to exceed $3 million to fund the county's Property Tax Relief Matching Program and Greater Memphis Financial Empowerment Center. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of general fund balance, sponsored by Commission Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Shante Avant, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr., Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Henry Brooks, and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
I'll be brief. This item shouldn't even come up. It was an ordinance that was passed, which means it should already be in that, that proposed budget that's $9.5 million short. I don't want because if it's codified, that means it's automatically in there. I don't want the practice of a commissioner or an administrator who had the right to veto or sign the bill or not sign to not include something that was codified by this body. There are items that some of us don't agree on, but if they're codified, they need to be in the budget. This is one of them. I know some people are not a fan of clerk, but it was codified, and it should be in the proposed budget, period. My colleague, I don't know if it's in there or not. We can talk about, well, you just said no, so. And look, matters got issues, but there was one thing that we did codify that we need to honor. So my question, are there any other items that this body codified that were not included in here that we need to address? Because I do not want it to be the practice of, well, I didn't sign it. It doesn't matter if you didn't sign it. And like, I would never vote on another matter item, but if the majority of you are in favor of it, then it has to go into the budget. So where's the trustee? Did she leave?
She's gone.
She's coming back, okay. Because I got a question about this dollar figure. I know it says amount not to exceed 3, but my question to her, Madam Chair, is I just want the dollars and the cents to add up, because I know that 2.4 or 2.5 was the original. Then she came back to this body to add for the purposes of making sure that the tax relief matching program was funded completely. So if she doesn't come in within the next 90 seconds, I can ask that on Monday. I see it says not to exceed $3 million, but if that number is like 2.8 or 2.9, and that would fully fund, maybe we can modify accordingly, but I'm not going to change anything if it's that small. But I just wanted that to be on record. If we have a codified item, whether we agree with it or not, the decency that we should have in any proposed budget is to add what has already been passed by law, period. And my last comment is, since we're already $9.5 million short in this proposed budget that was given to us, I'm assuming that if we do not find respective cuts or if there's not a tax increase, then fund balance would be where we would be putting this. Or Chair, are we going to entertain that when we finally exhaust all of the amendments?
We'll entertain that when we exhaust all the amendments. Madam
All right.
Trustee was stopped on the elevator.
Beautiful. Madam Trustee, quick question. I see it says not to exceed 3 million, so can you go back over the figures on what we passed, codified, what you came back for, and what your projection for FY26 to be, so that we can fully fund this program that we decided to go ahead and vote for, that the mayor decided not to sign?
The figures for this particular program?
Yes, ma'am.
The projection of the cost for the coming year is $2.8 million, and the cost last year was $2.615. So there was an additional $185,000, excuse me, that we requested in the budget. And unfortunately, the budget came in without the 2.8.
I don't want to open up budget conversations right now, but when we do that, we need to see what else you did not get in your budget. But I support this item. I am a sponsor, and I'm ready to roll. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Trustee.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioners, for fulfilling your ordinance.
Madam Parliamentarian, can you read add-on number item 13, please?
Item 13 is an add-on item. Item 13 is a resolution approving the Downtown Memphis Commission fiscal year FY 2026 budget and affirming the assessment for fiscal year FY 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Ford. I don't see any commissioners in queue for this item. Commissioner Brooks, can you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there someone here from the Downtown Commission? I have questions.
I don't see anyone here from the commission today. They did their presentation in subcommittee, and all we're doing is, affirming their budget. I think you were in subcommittee as well.
No.
Oh, you were not? Okay,
was
so we will ask then that someone comes on Monday
Okay,
to be able
that's
to answer
fine.
your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford. Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 5 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 14, please?
Item 14 is an add-on item. Item 14 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025 operating budget to reallocate unspent funds from the tuition reimbursement fund and carry over $300,000 into the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Shelby County Employee Child Care Program for employees earning less than $55,000 annually.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Wright. And I don't see any, Commissioner Wright?
Madam Chair, this needs a sponsor.
Thank you for bringing it up, because I am reading this, and it does not have a sponsor listed on the actual.
I am the sponsor, so I'd like to amend this to include me as a sponsor. Thank you.
All right, can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, for purposes, all right, there's no, Commissioner Wright, does that answer your question? Okay, good deal. There is no additional commissioners in queue for this item. Madam Clerk, can you please vote on this item as amended? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much. The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This officially adjourns committee number. What is my committee number? It's been a long day, y'all. Committee number 1. All right. Thank you.
We will now convene Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee 11. 11. Oh. Yeah, thank you. My apologies. We will convene General Government Committee number 10. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read the first item?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. My screen is up. I'll move it. I need a sec. I can't see the screen. It's been moved by Commissioner Wright and seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. And we have notice from the county attorney's office that there are no conflicts. Madam Clerk? Seeing no members in the queue, can we prepare the board for the vote? Yeah, okay. I don't know what's happening. Maybe have the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Wait a minute. Okay. Item number 2, please. Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a 90-day extension with Corvell Corporation for comprehensive on-the-job injury administrative services effective July 1, 2025 through September 30, 2025. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of county on-the-job injury funds in an amount not to exceed $52,000, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, I'll second it. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by the chair. Okay, I can't. My screen is not working, so we'll move to our presenters. You recognize.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before you is a resolution requesting approval to extend contractual services with Corvell Corporation for a period not to exceed 90 days to provide comprehensive risk management services, administrative services to the county's on-the-job injury program. The extended period that is being requested is July 1, 2025 through September 30, 2025. This will allow sufficient time to complete the solicitation process for OJI administrative services. Therefore, an extension would be required for continuity purposes. The requested amount is $52,000.
I cannot see my screen. Are there any questions? Can anybody, is there anyone in the queue? Well, I do have a question. Is there some other function that this Corvell Corporation provides for us or for the state?
Commissioner Brooks, I'm not aware of any that they provide for the state. For Shelby County government, they are the third-party administrator for our OJI claims.
Okay, just OJI kind of claims and nothing.
Yes, ma'am.
No other kinds of claims.
There are no other types of claims for human resources.
For us?
For us.
Okay, but they do have a different function for the state in addition to?
If they do, I'm not aware of what that function is.
Okay, I guess I'm getting two things mixed up. All right, seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. I'm just operating in the blind. Yeah, Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item 3 is a resolution requesting the federal designation of the city of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee as a priority community, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Wright. Bradford, I'm sorry. Okay. No one's in the queue, but I have a question from the sponsor. So I don't understand this federal designation. What all does this entail? Because I want to know what we're getting into with the federal government.
Sure. Yeah, if I
Okay,
could.
help me.
If am I recognized?
You're
Okay.
recognized, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a question that I've gotten. It's not, to my knowledge, anything that currently exists. This is really just something that came out of my head, just thinking, how can we position ourselves as the priority community? So anytime any kind of federal opportunity, especially a funding opportunity exists, I think we should be at the front of the line to receive that support. So this is my attempt to say that Memphis should really be at the front of the line anytime there's any kind of resources or funding available.
So at the front of what line? I mean, because, Memphis is in one category in terms of population, demographics, and all of that. So in terms of being at the front of the line, I guess you might need to be a little bit more specific, right?
Yeah, so this is just a general, from my standpoint, just a general request for help. The resolution speaks specifically of our capital needs. So it speaks of the Regional 1 rebuild, the deferred maintenance that we have in Shelby County schools, and then, of course, the jail, rebuilding of the jail that's, somewhere on the horizon for us. So those are 3 specific things, but it says that we have a tremendous amount of need, and I put that figure at somewhere at $10 billion of additional capital need that we have. And so I don't know what lines may exist in the future, but I think certainly as members of the federal government are looking our way, are talking about us, this is to say we need help, and we should be at the forefront when they're thinking about communities that they want to help.
I can appreciate that, and I agree. We do need help. And the items that you have here, I'm in agreement with you. I support those. But, and I'm just saying this because I'm going to have to, I'm not going to be able to vote on this, because sometimes when you get help from the federal government, it comes with strings, conditions. And at this point, considering the current administration, I'm not sure I want to go there right now. But I support, your concept, Commissioner. Okay. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I agree that we do need help in Memphis and Shelby County. And so maybe something, if you could think about in terms of legislatively, we could do. And we can do an ask at the federal level, because we do need resources for Memphis and Shelby County. Having said that, I also want to reiterate something I stated before. When I talked to state representatives, They're of the mindset that we all need to get together, all of the elected legislators, like in the munis, as well as the state level and the commissioners, to have a, one agenda at the state level. And so maybe we can have the same thing at the federal level as well. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Seeing no members.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Wright, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to add one thing, which was that I originally expected this to fall on our legislative agenda. So as Commissioner Sugarman was mentioning, that's how I was picturing it, was really a request. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, with that, we will, seeing no members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board. Okay. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Bradford. Commissioner Brooks abstained. We have 3 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that will, we will move to our add-ons. Oh, it's only one? Madam Parliamentarian, please read the caption for item 1. I'm sorry, add-on number 4.
Yes, ma'am. Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is an ordinance amending the Shelby County Charter to authorize the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to appoint, hire an attorney to act as legal advisor to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners in furtherance of their legislative functions. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. This item has been sponsored by moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so we stand before the public without legal counsel. I understand we do have special counsel White here, but she is not the designated attorney. And recently I was informed that our attorney is no longer going to be our attorney. She's being replaced. And it's unfortunate because she has such wealth of knowledge, expertise in state and federal law. And so, again, yes, they're listening to us, but we have specific questions. They're not here before us. And so they work at the behest of the attorney, the mayor. And so they put us in a very precarious situation because, once again, we need our own legal counsel that's independent of the mayor's counsel, someone that, for example, when we have a maintenance of effort issue like we had last budget season, if y'all recall, we weren't even told about that until like a few days before budget season, although the county attorney already knew about it. And so we need an independent counsel who works, with the county commissioners so that if we have questions or concerns, they also will be here in-house with us. And I do appreciate Attorney White, who's here. But again, she is not here full-time, and she is special counsel. We need somebody that's going to be here to work with the commissioners on a regular basis. So I urge my colleagues to support this ordinance.
Commissioner Ford.
To the sponsor through the chair, is this the same item that you attempted to put on the ballot before?
Yes, it is.
And do you remember how the vote tally went, and is there a threshold of 7 or 9 on this item?
I do not recall, but I want to also state that it's not exactly the same. For example, we did pass a resolution as a commission that to make sure that when it's a referendum, it's written in a 4th grade lexile as well as in different languages. So that was added to the amendment that's proposed last year.
Is that the section 202A in the yellow and red? Is that the additional, is it that?
No.
Okay. Is it this? No. Is it that?
No.
That's not the addition you're talking about on page 3 that's in red and highlighted in yellow? You said that was a change. I just want to see what the change was.
Yes, that is a change, but that's not, I'm looking for it through here now because when I prepared it, and again, it was reviewed by the attorneys, and I'm looking for the caption where, and I think I need to amend this because I don't see it in here. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend this because,
Well, I got the floor.
okay, I'll come back.
Hold on one second. Thank you. I don't know what your amendment is, so I can't make it, so thank you. All right, I see what you're trying to do. I did support this before. I agree that you cannot serve 2 masters. I know there's a couple of chairpersons emeritus that are here, and many of the times we had to lean on another branch of government's attorneys. That's not, you can't serve 2 masters, basically. This is your second attempt. I'm interested in seeing how the vote went and what the threshold is, because if the threshold is 7, I think 1 or 2 things are going to happen. If the threshold is 9, you might be putting this on again. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it for the record. There are going to be some individuals that believe that we should have our own attorney, who we don't have to second to another branch of government, where when they are asked pertinent questions, they want to cry foul and they want to cry abuse and all of that. No, what's abusive is when they have conflicts and things of that nature they don't want to address. But then when they're addressed publicly and the public is asking, they got a problem with all that. My challenge that I believe that you're going to have is there are some people on this legislative body where the administration can never do any wrong, and they're going to be against this item even though it's the right thing to vote on this item for the purposes, just my opinion, for the voters to decide, because that's the only route that you can have. So I'll support it like before, and we'll just see what happens, so good luck.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm glad you asked about the change because I'm going through here and I don't see where Attorney Marley Iverson and Megan Smith added what the commission passed. We passed a resolution and it was codified in October 2024. I have the resolution here stating that any referendums should be on the 4th grade Lexile level so that, voters understand what we're trying to do. And then not only that, we also included that it should have at least 5 languages spoken in Shelby County: English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Arabic, and Chinese Mandarin, and I have the resolution. So then, this is again, when we pass something as a commission, it should automatically be included in ordinances or resolutions or budgets. I mean, otherwise, what are we doing here? We're passing resolutions, ordinances, and budgets, and it's not taking consideration things that this body has passed. So if we have to be taken seriously, and that also includes bringing information before the commission. That includes responding to the commission, because we're the ones going to be held accountable by the public. And so if we are not transparent and held accountable, what are we doing? So again, I want to amend this, number 1, to include 4th grade Lexile. The amendment should be on the ballot, the referendum should be on the ballot on 4th grade Lexile. As well, I'll give you the resolution, as well as we stated in the main 5 languages spoken besides English in Memphis, Tennessee.
It's in here.
Is where?
On page.
Well, then it should have been in red because it's changed. Okay, again, that was changed from the original. So it should be in red. It was already in here.
Your first be it further ordained.
Okay, then this is different from the one that was submitted last year, so it should be in red. So let's just change that. I'll amend it to make sure that we understand that it's changed from the original and should be highlighted in red. Thank you.
Well, she has some language.
1 and 2 should be highlighted in red. Correct.
We could just suspend the rules.
Okay, suspend the rules to make sure that when it goes before the commission on Monday, that 1 and 2 are highlighted to indicate it that it's changed from the original, which was last year. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and who seconded it? Does it have to have a second? Who seconded? Bradford? Okay. Second by Wright. Okay, can we do that without objection? Okay. Commissioner Ford.
Last thing, and then we can dispose of this item. I want to say, Commissioner Sugarman, that this item requires 9. I think there was 8. I think some people stared at their screen. So my request for minutes is, can we go ahead and pull this, pull the item that was brought forth by my colleague that failed on third reading. I need to see how it looked, the vote count, including those that stared at the screen, for the purposes of seeing if the same threshold, which I'm assuming will be the case, will have to be 9 for the purposes of seeing how things go. Like I said, I hope you get to your 9. I just got a feeling, and you got some folks, to where if there's any conflict, they want no parts of it, because one branch of government is not legislative, can never do any wrong. They're the same one that don't like when I talk and they have to get into the queue and state stuff that doesn't make any sense. But I'm going to move the previous question. I just need to say my piece on that, and I support your item. Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue, we will go to the vote. Madam Clerk? Every member voted? Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, so that will conclude general government, and we will now convene Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item Item 1 is an ordinance third reading, joint ordinance of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners and Memphis City Council establishing the Memphis-Shelby County Building Home Program pursuant to the Tennessee Homestead Act within Chapter 281 of the Public Acts of 1985, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, Commissioner Brandon Morrison, and Commissioner Shante K. Avant.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by myself. And Madam Parliamentarian, I would like to move to substitute Exhibit A in its entirety, which will make the ordinance.
Is there a second? Maybe you might want to describe.
Okay.
What?
Well, let me do that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit A, if you look on your screen, is the implementation plan, and we do have someone here. The implementation plan has been developed by the Department of, what is that? Planning and Development, okay. So I think if you'll recall from our previous meeting, we talked about this implementation plan, and we spoke with the director, and his sentiment was that the implementation plan would be in the rules and policies, or policies and procedures. That would be the posture of the implementation plan, right? I'll let Dana go ahead.
Sure. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development. Just to clarify your question, are you meaning the proposed amendment to Exhibit A would be, or the actions that we're talking about are actionable by the policies and procedures that we write as well,
No.
in addition to the implementation plan?
No, the implementation plan that is in Exhibit A, I am moving to substitute it for, and it will make the ordinance.
Yes, that's my understanding.
This is your implementation plan. What I'm doing is codifying it. And the reason I want to codify it is simply borrowing from the conversation earlier. When policymakers change, sometimes they don't have the same mindset. And so they can come in and make changes to policies and procedures. But if you have it codified, such as an ordinance, they may think differently. Well, think twice about changing it.
So Commissioner Brooks, right now, we have a motion to substitute. We don't have a second, so let's first
We got a second.
state, do we know what we're substituting? Because I think what you were
Yes.
talking about. So just Exhibit A, can you just, for the record, can we just stay on Exhibit A for just one moment?
Certainly. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development. So my understanding was that Exhibit A was added to make sure that we're codifying some of those practices that we wanted to make sure that we're highlighting in terms of addressing historical inequities. And so that amended text, as part of Exhibit A, would be the amendment. Is that right, Commissioner Brooks?
Right, that's correct.
That's right. So it would be an amended, or a different version of Exhibit A.
Yes, I second it.
Thank you. It's been moved by the chair, second by Commissioner Sugarman. And did you want to go ahead and talk about it some more? Can we do that without objection? So moved.
Point of information. And so I understand that we want to codify the implementation. My question then becomes, like, through to the attorney, through the chair, with this, I don't know if you can answer this because you're also the city council, but would this delay any of the voting on the city council side, since it's joint, by us amending this ordinance to include in the ordinance the implementation part?
Janika White, Special Counsel for the county. Even if there is, it doesn't necessarily have to delay. There can be a suspension of rules. And to be clear, I can answer those questions because what I do is that I recuse across the street on any joint things because I am you all special counsel. So on this, I can advise you on it. But there can be a suspension of the rules similarly over there. And I don't know what reading we're on across the street.
Okay, I have been in contact with someone, I believe, Councilwoman Esther, Michael and Easter.
Oh, Michael and Easter Thomas.
Thomas's office regarding, the movement on our side. So I promise to keep her in the loop in terms of, where we are.
So are they on the third reading, point of information? Are they on the second or third?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay. You recognize.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. To answer that question, we did move it through the second reading with the City of Memphis on May 20th of this month, and then the third reading is scheduled for June 10th.
For when?
June 10th.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote, unless you had something else you wanted to add. Okay. Madam Clerk, may we have the vote? Yes, ma'am.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, and this item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, next item, please.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the conveyance of 15 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired from Shelby County Tax Sale 1603, 1701, 1702, 1703, 1704, 1801, 1802, 1804, and 1901 to the City of Memphis for nominal consideration for use and benefit of its Mo-to-Own program and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, we have this item properly before us. I'll move it. Okay, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Wright. All right, we have Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Good afternoon, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This is a donation to the City of Memphis for their Mo-to-Own program.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, next item, please.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the sale of 29 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $92,933.75 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner White. Seeing the members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, prepare the board. Every member voted. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright, Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And this will conclude Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. All right. Let's see, we will move to Committee 16, Milton Community Enhancement Grants. Madam Parliamentarian, first item, please.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution extending the fiscal year 2025 Milton Community Enhancement Program CEP grant deadlines to June 18, 2025 for committee and June 23, 2025 for commission. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Wright and second by myself. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Every member voted. Cast your vote. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes. Correction, we have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, Laurie. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that will conclude the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Committee. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you so much. And so now let's call to order Committee Number 17, Workforce Development. I would like to make a motion to move this to, okay, very good. Parliamentarian, please read this into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, an ordinance amending Article 4, Division 3, Section 2-231 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, creating a procurement initiative to incentivize apprenticeship programs for construction vendors in Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was deferred in May 14th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. And this item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Wright. And I'd like to make a motion to move this to committee on June 18th. Thank you. And this concludes workforce development.
All right, let's bring to order committee number 3, Hospitals and Health. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance third reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 42, Article 2, to revise and clarify the rate-making authority of the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board to update permit fees required to operate, maintain, or inspect water wells and septic systems. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Lowry, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. All right, Director Taylor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. The Health Department is before you to ask that you take a moment to review the Water Quality Well and Septic Program, and I know you heard a great presentation from Protect Our Aquifer earlier today. The current well and septic fees are insufficient to fund direct and indirect costs of the water quality program based on the actual billing data reported to the department and the approved budget for the portion of the program. These fees were approved by the Shelby County Groundwater Control Board on September 26, 2024, and at this time, the Health Department is asking for favorable approval.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Director Taylor, Dr. Taylor, Healy. So I'm looking briefly, those are not listed in Exhibit A, is that right? Or where are those, the ones that they've approved?
I will have to find that out for you. If they're
Okay.
not in your exhibit, then I will get them to you.
Okay. If you have time sometime between now and Monday, either you or someone on your staff, I'd like just kind of a one-on-one to make sure I fully understand what's being contemplated here.
Absolutely. And just for context, and you all heard about this earlier, these fees have not been changed in quite some time. They are overdue to be updated, and that means that our program and associated programs run at a deficit, but we continue to provide the services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. There are no other commissioners in queue for this item. Madam Clerk, can you please tally or prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, please tally our votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, Commissioner Wright abstained. We have 3 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 Shelby County Health Department Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $40,000 for a total contract amount of $957,800 to provide a plethora of health services for the citizens of Shelby County, such as community development and family planning services for the period beginning September 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $40,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Director Taylor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer for the Shelby County Health Department. The Health Department is requesting the approved amount in grant and aid funds to proceed with providing some of the following services to customers and patients: childhood-led prevention services, dental prevention services, EPSDT community outreach services, family planning services, immunization services, tobacco use prevention and control, WIC services, and more. A lot of times at the end of the fiscal year, we get additional monies from the state to be able to fill in some of the gaps in services that we anticipate leading into June 30th. So we would appreciate your approval.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, so
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is $40,000?
Yes, ma'am.
For all of those services that you mentioned?
You know what,
Were
Commissioner
they being
Brooks?
funny?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, but as you can see, the total amount is $957,800. But like I said, a lot of times we'll get those additional funds to be able to make sure that all of those programs stay whole into the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
And I
that's
just
what-
wanted to list what you all could expect to make sure that all of those programs stay whole.
Okay, so the 40,000 is a gap, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 3?
Item 3 is a resolution to increase the FY 2025 contract for the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, WTRFC, for an amount not to exceed $6,400,000, along with a crucial 3-month extension of the contract. The proposed 3-month extension is essential as we encountered an unprecedented situation where no bidders responded to the request for proposal RFP issued on April 1, 2025, and closed on May 1, 2025. This request is critical to ensuring the continued operation and effectiveness of the WTRFC. The amount of the overage for FY 2025 is $1,250,000, and the 3-month contract extension for FY 26 is $2,506,779. This item requires the expenditure of FY 26 general operating funds in the amount not to exceed $3,810,779. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by, I'll move it, and second by Commissioner Wright. Thank you so much. Director Taylor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. I'm joined at the table by State Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Adele Lewis. I'll be presenting, and since the next 3 items are about the Regional Forensic Center, she will present at the end of those 3 items, if that's okay with everybody here. Due to the recent request for proposals for forensic services receiving no qualified bids, the Shelby County Health Department requests a 3-month extension of the current contract with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center for the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. This extension is necessary to ensure no interruptions to operations while the Health Department reassesses and reissues the solicitation. The approval for this extension request is critical for maintaining the continuity of forensic evaluations and essential public safety functions, allowing the Health Department adequate time to adjust the scope or terms of the RFP to attract qualified vendors. The total cost for the 3-month extension is $2,506,779, and we would hope that you would consider this extension because it will give us the necessary time to revise the RFP, put it back out on the street, and make sure that there is no interruption in services. And I'm sure Dr. Lewis will tell you chapter and verse at the end of these 3 resolutions why that would be so dangerous to allow interruption in services. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Taylor. There are no commissioners in queue asking any questions about that. So, just for procedural purposes, because Ms. Lewis actually did fill out an appearance card for item number 3, I do want to give her an opportunity to speak on this item.
Yes, Adele Lewis, State Chief Medical Examiner from Nashville. I'm with Dr. Taylor all the way, and I'm not going to waste your time by repeating what she said, but I agree with everything she said.
Thank you so much. I don't see any additional commissioners in queue for item 3. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4, please?
Yes, ma'am, and I just wanted to note on this item that a motion was built into the resolution. Typically, that's just motion practice. I don't know if it's necessarily wrong. One of our attorneys recommended that we strike that part and then just take up the motion, but I will defer to you. Yes, ma'am. So item 4 is a resolution to request suspension of the Board of County Commissioners' permanent rules of order to amend contract terms for the request for proposal RFP for the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. This RFP proposes changing the initial contract term from 1 year with 2-year renewals to the 3-year initial term with 2 one-year renewals. This adjustment will enable potential candidates to submit proposals and provide adequate time for the Shelby County Health Department and contractors to assess the successful contractor's performance and necessary investments. This item requires the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. The item was moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue on this item.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to pipe in to help if you need me to make a motion, or I don't know if we want to withdraw this and then make that a motion.
Well, we could just make an amendment to strike that, and then we could just do a motion to suspend the rule. And I guess we're suspending the rule to add additional renewal. I don't know what we're suspending the rules for.
Director Taylor, can you weigh in on this? Because I do think we're trying to do it within parliamentary procedures as well as actually answer or solve the thing that you need solved.
Absolutely. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. As you can see, our team has worked hard to make sure that we could get this right. Because we issued a recent RFP for forensic services and did not receive any qualified bids, one thing that we did get as communication from the vendors regarding their no response was this: the initial 1-year term of the contract is not ideal, given the significant investment in resources that it would take to assume operations. A multi-year contract would be preferred. More than one qualified vendor reported this response. To address this, the Health Department requests a suspension of the Board of County Commissioners' permanent rules of order to establish a contract with a 3-year initial term and 2 renewals instead of the current 1-year initial term with 2 renewals. So I'm not an attorney,
That's permissible.
but yes.
That's a purchasing policy, but that's permissible to have a contract that spans multi-years as long as it's approved by the Board of Commissioners, so you don't have to suspend the permanent rules to do that, ma'am.
All right, so Madam Parliamentarian, I think we're at a point, so then this item itself,
If you would just make an amendment to strike the language about suspending the rules, and we could just take it up without that language.
Gotcha, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I make a motion to strike the language about suspending the rules, so that way we can actually vote on this item. Second by Commissioner Wright. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right, now we're actually on the opportunity. Commissioner Wright, technically you're still in the queue. Did you want, okay, all right. There are no commissioners in the queue about item number 4 as amended. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
And may I just say that, being that it's changing what the RFP or what the award letter says to now having a contract, we would just need to have the contract administrator opine on that on Monday to make sure that I did correctly state that that is permissible. But that is not something that our permanent rules could suspend.
Yes,
So that
ma'am.
would need to be something that the contracts attorney or the purchasing administrator can advise that that is permissible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Parliamentarian. All right, can you read item number 5, please?
Item 5 is a resolution to request a 12-month extension for the contract with the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center in an amount not to exceed $10,027,115. This extension will allow sufficient time to complete the reissuance of the request for proposal RFP, conduct the scoring process, finalize the contracting process with the selected vendor, and manage the transition if a new vendor is chosen. The purpose of this request is to ensure that both the contractors and the Shelby County Health Department have ample time to select the best vendor to operate the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. This item requires expenditure of FY25 general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $10,027,115, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright and seconded by me and Director Taylor.
I promise I won't be before you long. Dr. Michelle Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. The Health Department understands that the approval for a 3-month contract extension was presented to you as it was essential to follow the approval process per county policies, which indicate a contract can only receive a 3-month extension. The Health Department is taking a proactive approach by formally asking for a suspension of the rules, and we've already been through that discussion, and seeking a 12-month extension of the current contract with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center for the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. This is due to the recent RFP for forensic services receiving no qualified bids. And this will give us time to actually identify a vendor, do the scoring process, do everything that needs to be done. The other thing that needs to be understood here, and I believe Dr. Lewis may talk a little bit about this, is that this is a crucial time for our current vendor because they are in the midst of an accreditation approval process with a deadline to meet all requirements by November 2025. And a potential transition during this critical period is just not advisable. It presents a significant concern for the health department, and so we ask for your approval of this 12-month extension.
Thank you, Director Taylor. I don't see any commissioners in the queue regarding this. So, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this officially concludes committee number 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, I'm going to open committee number 4, Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. But if I could, would you lead? So I have to recuse on items 1 and 5. So could you, can we proceed to those, and if you would lead that for me?
Absolutely. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution to approve the expenditure of $1 million in FY 2025 funds for youth villages through its Memphis Allies initiative to implement its Switch Youth program. This item requires the expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred to March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by me. Well, I'm sorry. I thought I did. Yep, moved by me, and need a second. For discussion purposes.
Okay, second it to get it on the floor, but I have an objection to this item. Would you like to hear my objection now?
Hold on, you're gonna have an opportunity to say your objection,
Okay.
but I do just want to be able to get a second so we can get
Okay.
it on the floor for discussion.
For discussion
So the
purposes.
second was done by Commissioner Brooks, and I will actually give an opportunity to Ms. Lindsay to make any comments before we go into Commissioner Q.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Good afternoon. I'm joined by Susan Deason, Executive Director of Memphis Allies Initiative, and Javante Porter, Director of Community Relations. The item before you seeks approval for the second year of funding awarded to Memphis Allies for fiscal year 2025. These funds are pass-through dollars from the state of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs, issued part of a collaborative grant. The approved expenditures are directed to youth villages, the implementing agency for the Memphis Allies Initiative. This initiative delivers intensive intervention services to youth identified as being at the highest risk for involvement in gun violence, with a focus on prevention, behavioral support, and community reintegration. Please note that the program is substantially complete, and the vendor has already expended the funds in accordance with the state-approved budget. They are now seeking reimbursement as permitted under the grant terms. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully recommends favorable approval of this item, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Now, Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My discomfort or unease, if you will, about this item has to do with the criminal complaint and the indictment of 4 Youth Villages employees. They were indicted by the grand jury. However, the district attorney rescinded the indictment. Now, my problem is that we have a dead child, and it has not been resolved. And I cannot vote in the affirmative on this until there has been some resolution to the death of Alandis Jones. So that is my objection, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your comments and your objection as to why you do not support this item. I think we're in the opportunity, because I think it's only 3 of us that are here. I don't know if Commissioner Ford, are you making a comment on this item? No. All right, so that will then take care of all commissioners. So at this point, then I would suggest that we send this item down without a recommendation. All right, that was second by Commissioner Ford. So can we accept that without objection? No. No info. So moved. All right. Oh, well, I'm missing a parliamentarian. Yeah, I was getting her to read it. I'm missing a parliamentarian. Madam Clerk, can you read item number 5, please? Resolution to approve the expenditure. Item 5 is a resolution to approve the expenditure of $264,740 for youth villages through its Memphis Allies initiative to implement its Switch Youth program and amend the Youth Villages Agreement. This item requires expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I will move that item, and if I can get a second to get it heard. Thank you so much, Commissioner Brooks, in order to get it heard. All right, Ms. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bibbs. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, pretty much the same as item number 1, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lindsay. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Madam Chair, I just seek recognition for the record. I have the same objection to item 5 as I did item 1.
Thank you for making that for the record. The same as we did for item number 1. I would suggest that we make a motion to send this down without a recommendation. Can I get a second? I'm going to have to lean on Commissioner Brooks for a second to send this down without a recommendation. Okay, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks made that second. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Thank you. We'll see you Monday.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, for taking up my slack there. And if we could read item number 2, please. Thank you.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Romaine Companies for the emergency purchase and installation of shower systems at Shelby County Jail on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $79,200. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general funds in the amount not to exceed $79,200, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by me. Seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Chief Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I'm joined by Kirk Fields, Chief Jailer. The resolution before you seeks Commission approval and ratification of an emergency services contract between Romaine Company and Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This contract supports the installation of a shower system with automatic soap dispensers designed to eliminate lice, bed bugs, staph, items commonly associated with some inmates at 201 Poplar. Due to recent increases in reported hygiene-related health concerns and in consultation with medical staff, the installation is being pursued on the emergency basis to mitigate risk. The contract not to exceed $79,200 will be funded through the Shelby County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 operating budget. And due to safety deficiencies that presented an immediate risk to public health and welfare, emergency purchase orders were issued to promptly address this issue. In accordance with Shelby County purchasing regulations, any emergency purchase or contract exceeding $50,000 requires formal approval and ratification by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests favorable approval of this resolution and stands ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Chief Lindsay. Did you have anything else, Chief Fields? Okay. See no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. I can't see it if there's a vote on the screen. Please show me as an aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright. Brooks, we have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3, please.
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Schindler Elevator Corporation for the repairing of 10 escalators, including material and labor, plus a 1-year maintenance and warranty plan at 201 Poplar Avenue on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $1,260,398. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general fund dollars in the amount not to exceed $1,260,398, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by me, seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Chief Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined today by Kirk Fields, Chief Jailer. The resolution before you seeks Commission approval and ratification of an emergency services contract between Schindler Elevator Corporation and Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This contract provides for the repair and maintenance of 10 escalators, which serve as a critical vertical transportation system within the detention center at 201 Poplar. Currently, the escalators are inoperable and are being used as stationary stairways. However, the design does not conform to the standard dimensions of traditional stairs, creating safety hazards for staff, inmates, and visitors. The selected vendor, Schindler Elevator Corporation, has the technical capability to safely remove the elevator steps, to access and service the step chains, replace all step rollers, reinstall the steps correctly, and clean all accumulated debris. The total cost of this emergency contract is $1,260,398 and will be funded by the fiscal year 2025 Shelby County Sheriff's Office operating budget. Work is scheduled to be completed by June 2026 to ensure continued operational safety and ADA accessibility within the facility. And as I previously mentioned, since this was an emergency purchase order, we have to come before this body for approval and ratification, even though the purchase order has already been issued. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests favorable consideration of this resolution, and we're ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Lindsay. I see no members in the queue. So let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, please cast your votes, and let's report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 4.
Item 4 is a resolution approving a contract with Cova Corporation in the amount of $79,936 for the purchase of telephone logging recorder support and maintenance with options to renew for 2 additional one-year periods subject to funding. This item requires expenditure of FY 2025 Sheriff's Office operating budget in an amount not to exceed $79,936, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by me, Chief Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thanks for hanging with us this afternoon. I'm Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I'm joined by Chief Inspector Wink Downing and Captain Jason Valentine. The resolution before you seeks commission approval of a contract between COVA and Shelby County government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This contract provides for telephone and radio logging as well as recording services for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communications Section in the amount of $79,936. At this point, if you have any technical questions or anything for any of the 2 gentlemen sitting here, we can pause for a moment and you can ask those questions. Otherwise, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests favorable approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Lindsay. I do not see commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item to a vote. Commissioners, please cast your votes. And let's report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thanks so much. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution approving an emergency contract between Shelby County Government and Tri-State Plumbing, Heating, and Air for plumbing services and supplies at 201 Poplar Avenue on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $58,000. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general funds in the amount not to exceed $58,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by me and seconded by Commissioner Mills. Chief Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined by Kirk Fields, Chief Jailer, and Human Resources Director Joe Thornton. The resolution before you seeks commission approval and ratification of an emergency services contract between Tri-State Plumbing, Heating, and Air and Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This contract addresses critical plumbing and facility issues at 201 Poplar Annex, including repairing showers, adding water lines to the laundry area, replacing toilet flush valves, retrofitting toilets on the 5th and 6th floors, repairing various leaks and faulty plumbing components throughout the facility. The contract not to exceed $58,000 is funded by the Shelby County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 operating budget, and it's important to note that this work has already been completed due to the emergency natures of the repairs. A purchase order was issued, and we're asking this body to approve and ratify that purchase. We respectfully request your favorable approval of this resolution, and we're happy to address any questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Chief Lindsay. I saw Director Thornton slipped away, so we can't ask him any questions. But any commissioners? I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, cast your votes. And can we report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. Item 6 moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 7.
Item 7 is a resolution to approve the permanently install an emergency backup generator at the Shelby County Jail East from Memphis Electric Company, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $111,027 for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 Shelby County general funds in the amount of $111,027, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by me. I have a substitute, commissioners. I will move that. Seconded by Commissioner Mills. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none. Chief Lindsay, the floor is yours. My bad. Madam Parliamentarian, would you read the substitute?
Yes, sir. The substitute caption for item 7 reads, "Resolution to approve the installation of an emergency backup generator at the Shelby County Jail East from Memphis Electric Company, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $111,027 for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 Shelby County General Funds in the amount of $111,027, sponsored by Commissioner McWright."
Thank you, and that substitute was done without objection. Now, Chief Lindsay.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The resolution now before you seeks commission approval and ratification of an emergency services contract between Memphis Electric Company, LLC, and Shelby County government on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This contract provides for the installation of an emergency backup generator at Jail East, located at 6201 Haley Road. The existing generator is no longer repairable. Both the Tennessee Corrections Institute and the American Correction Association require detention facilities to maintain backup power capabilities to ensure continued operation of essential life safety systems in the event of a power failure. These systems include safety doors and locks, facility lighting, fire alarms, man-down emergency alarms used by correctional deputies. The contract not to exceed $111,027 is fully funded through the Shelby County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 budget. And along with the other emergency repairs, purchase orders have already been issued. We're asking this body to approve and ratify that purchase order, and we are respectfully asking for favorable consideration of this item, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Lindsay. I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, cast your vote. And can we record the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. Item 7 moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 8.
Item 8 is a resolution amending the Shelby County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2025 operating budget to reallocate available funds in the amount of $1 million from the Sheriff's Office restricted personnel budget to the operating and maintenance budget, and allocating, appropriating, and expending $1 million to Alliance Healthcare Services to support the building of a new Children and Youth Wellness Crisis Center. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general fund dollars in an amount not to exceed $1 million, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Mills, do you want to start us off?
Sure. This item came up when Chair Whaley was recognizing the Alliance Foundation for funding and looked everywhere, and the sheriff said it would be a good fit with what they're trying to do. So I'll turn it over to you all. Thank you.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to try to get the names, but they may have to introduce themselves. So I have with me former Commissioner Mark Billingsley, Miss Marilyn Burris, who's the Senior Vice President of Organizational Development, and Mr. Quentin Robinson, who is the Board Chairman. Okay? So the resolution before you seeks your approval to amend the fiscal year 2025 operating budget of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to increase the salary restriction by $1 million. This adjustment reflects a reallocation of available unspent personnel funds and will allow us to move $1 million to the operating and maintenance budget for an urgent and strategic community investment. The reallocated funds will be used to support Alliance Healthcare Services in the construction of a new Children and Youth Wellness Crisis Center that will open the first quarter of 2026. This facility will address a growing and critical gap in mental health crisis services for children and adolescents in Shelby County. It will provide immediate crisis stabilization services for youth, family counseling and mental health support, wraparound care coordination, and referrals. And as of May 15, 2025, the Sheriff's Office has identified a projected surplus in personnel-related accounts due to ongoing vacancies and salary savings. Rather than allowing these funds to lapse unused, we propose redirecting a portion of the surplus to meet a pressing community mental health need. And I'll pause to allow the individuals join with me today to add any comments if they so have.
My name is Mark Billingsley. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance Foundation. Commissioners, before we talk about this children's building, I'd be remiss if I did not thank you significantly for your leadership in building the Crisis Wellness Center at 3200 Broad Avenue. And in 2023, you made a $1 million commitment. That commitment was matched by the state of Tennessee, Shelby County government, the Memphis City Council, and a whole host of philanthropy leaders across this county. And we realized that $34 million goal. We opened up the Crisis Wellness Center. It has exceeded every promise we've made to you in that we are diverting offenders with mental health and substance abuse issues away from the jail into appropriate therapeutic care. The building is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One of the things we saw and you saw was that it was a very long process for Memphis Police Department, Shelby County Sheriffs, and first responders to drop off patients at Memphis Mental Health Institute, and the space was not appropriate for these people. So being on 3200 Broad, we're right off of Sam Cooper. It's a very convenient location. And within about 5 to 10 minutes, law enforcement and firefighters can drop off those people in need, thereby diverting people away from the jail. Today, Commissioners, we have 2,500 people in 201 Poplar. 700 of those people have mental health issues. And I can tell you, after being in that facility recently, I can tell you that they are suffering with a dilapidated jail, with standing water, bad air conditioning or no air conditioning, and conditions that are quite frankly not fit for an animal, much less a human being. This project today is for children. Commissioners, this is for children age 4 to 17. They will never be turned away for inability to pay. And again, this is what our community desperately needs. We've been asked by law enforcement and first responders to address this. And again, you started this in a very positive way, and we just ask you if you'd help us with this venture. It will be opened up by the spring of 2026. So just months from now, we will be able to better appropriately address the needs of children in this community that are traumatized and victims of mental health issues. I'm also, of course, here with our Alliance Healthcare Services Board Chairman, Quentin Robinson. And Quentin, if you want to say anything on behalf of the board.
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Quentin Robinson, Chairman of Alliance Healthcare
Healthcare Services Board. I just want to say, Commissioners, we certainly thank you for your consideration of this amount to the Alliance Healthcare Foundation to support the construction of our youth crisis and wellness facility. It's a much-needed facility in this community to serve our children who are significantly at risk of all sorts of issues because of mental health crisis. And so this is a need that Alliance is seeking to fill. And again, as Commissioner Billingsley indicated, thank you for your support of the adult facility, and we also thank you for consideration of this amount to the youth facility.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Barres. I'm the Senior Vice President of Organizational Development at Alliance. I'm speaking on behalf of our CEO, Lori Powell. First, thank you all again for your generous donation to our services. Our children and youth services are so very important to the community. Our children deserve our immediate attention. We are equipped, we are excited, we're ready. We have our adult facility right across the street. Our children will have immediate access to crisis stabilization services, licensed professional counselors, psychiatrists, and also an opportunity for us to ensure that they have ongoing follow-up, ongoing treatment for services. We thank you in advance for your support.
All right, Commissioners, thank you all so much for your presentation and for this exciting partnership and continued good work. So thank you for what you do. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks, didn't see you need the cue. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Either one of you can answer this. How do you intend to align your program to ensure cultural competency?
Thank you so much for the question. Our organization provides yearly and in some cases biannually training and support for our employees, also our providers. We are dedicated, we are committed to providing culture-sensitive information and ensuring that everyone who enters our facility receives excellent care.
Thank you for that. Mr. Robinson, so what is your expertise in children and youth services?
So I have served on this board for 2 years now, going into the third year. By training, I'm an HR professional, but I'm also the uncle of a nephew who has mental health issues and challenges, and that's what got me involved with this board, and that's also the reason that I stay committed to this work.
Okay. I was looking at Alliance Healthcare Services current job openings. So what we're talking about here, we're talking about a facility that you plan to open in 26, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So it will be under Alliance Healthcare Services. So I'm looking here at your at the number of positions open, and it says 42 out of 42. So help me to understand how you're operating now.
Thank you. We do have about 40 positions open. However, we employ over 500 individuals. So right now, our current...
At this facility?
No, ma'am, as a whole for Alliance.
Nationwide?
Locally.
Locally, okay.
Locally. So our crisis center has not opened. So we have a staffing plan that we're gonna follow to ensure that the center is equipped. We've hired the appropriate staff, but we have 40 positions, but we have 486 positions filled within our organization.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford?
I'll be quick. I support the item. I thank Commissioner Mills for finding monies that did not have to be new money for this initiative. You know, a couple weeks ago, and Chair Emeritus, I was very hesitant in voting on an item that came in front of us the wrong way. And it came out of fund balance for $1 million for an organization that can raise $100 million easily. But I appreciate you bringing this item and the collaboration with the sheriff's office and you, of course. I wouldn't want that money to go back to wherever either. So thank you for your fiscal astuteness on that, Ms. Lindsay, because if the sheriff is saying that this is something that he can sign off on, at least I'm glad that you being the representative, he stated that he would be able to do so. Mr. Robinson, I know your resume. You were the HR head at the city of Memphis for X amount of years. And you know what? With all the initiatives that you tried to put in place, you were probably one of the more unappreciated HR people that I have met. And I say that because you did your job well, but because people had their own political agendas, they wanted to use you as the punching bag in order for them to try to vie to be the head of the city of Memphis, and he failed. Then, just like a cat, throw the cat up in the air, landed on their feet, you went to Memphis Shelby County Schools, HR related, and you made sure that there were things in place regarding that division, because that division was reflective of the 100,000 youth. But one thing I definitely got to give you credit on, and you have worked on clinical and mental health initiatives with the other hat that you had, and that's with Cigna. And I can't remember exactly what your title was. I think it was a VP of, I can't remember, but I do know that many of the things that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so with Cigna Healthcare, I was Vice President of Sales and Account Management for the Memphis market.
Right. And in your role, you made sure that within that capacity, many of the things that we're discussing here for this item, Cigna did I would say, an instrumental job to make sure that many needs were met. And former Chair Billingsley, look, you know what you've done, and I've seen it, and I appreciate you. And I support this item, and thank you again, Commissioner Mills, for bringing it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Number one, has the juvenile court judge signed off on this?
Commissioner Brooks, I don't know specifically if he signed off on this, but let me say this, Judge Sugarman has been extremely supportive. And Commissioner Brooks, the reason the CEO, Lori Powell, is not here today and Dr. Townsell is not here today, they are on a joint trip with, today, they are on a joint trip with Judge Sugarman. We were invited, Lori was invited, Dr. Townsell was invited, because mental health is a significant concern of Judge Sugarman's, and we are trying to do everything we can to work together with Judge Sugarman, and he's been very, very supportive.
What about Director of Corrections, Director Alexander? Because as you know, we're having a transition shortly.
I'm not aware, when you say a transition.
Our children who are in detention and in the custody of the sheriff. will be transitioning
Yes,
to
ma'am.
corrections.
Well, one of the goals, and it's stated in this resolution as well as in the packet we have for you, Commissioner Brooks, we feel, just like we did with adults, that many of these children do not have to go into incarceration. We do not want them to be transported to juvenile court. We want many of them that have a mental health issue or are a victim of trauma in this community, which you know very, very well, because you've been advocating for children for decades. We want them to be able to come from the age of 4 to 17 years old to the Crisis Wellness Center. We can divert children that are not intended for juvenile court, never to make it to juvenile court, if they receive the appropriate services, Commissioner. And also those same children have parents, and some of them are grandmothers, and some of them are traditional mothers.
But I'm
Yes, ma'am. Go right
respectfully,
ahead.
I'm running out of
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
But
I'm
I
sorry.
needed to know, because Director Alexander will have custody of our children, particularly those who have to go to juvenile court.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they've been picked up, so they need to be presented to the court. So I just needed to know, have you had a conversation with him?
Stanley Lipford, who was here for a very long time this morning, up until he just had to leave, we have a very active program now at Director Alexander's facility. We have a number of staff members there. And thank you for asking that question. I failed to share that earlier. But we do have under the leadership of Stanley Lipford, we have a very good relationship with them out there. And we have been able, thanks to Marilyn and Quentin, we've been able to hire some really good staff members to work at that facility. Eventually, Commissioner, we would like to see our staff at 201 Poplar, but right now the conditions don't allow for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman?
So again, I'm not speaking for either Chief Alexander or my brother, Judge Sugarman, but I do know in our conversations on a regular basis that they do support, they understand the issues with mental health, not only with individuals detained, but also, in our communities. And a lot of times if they have someplace to go, they may not end up in these detention facilities. A third of the individuals at 201 Poplar have mental health issues, So I do support this, and I commend Commissioner Mills for finding the resources, and thank you to you and the sheriff for providing the $1 million, and I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
Motion by Commissioner Sugarman to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Commissioner Sugarman, is that it? Okay. All right. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this to a vote. If all commissioners have voted, let's report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much. All right. That leads us to item number 9.
Item 9 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Leslie Taylor, Memphis Crime Beat, presenting.
Thank you so much. And if you all would come forward and be sure to give us your name and address before your remarks. I believe you do have a presentation. I hope we can pull that up. And also, commissioners, we do have 2 add-on items after this. But if you would go ahead and hit that person-looking icon button, and you will have 10 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. Thank y'all for hanging in. We're going to talk more data, but I promise it will be a lot more exciting than budget data, all right? I will do my best to liven things up for y'all. My name's Leslie Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of Memphis Crime Beat, and I'm here with Ron Walker, who is our Board Secretary and does the vast majority of the heavy lifting on our data analysis. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit. We're a 100% volunteer-based organization, and our mission is simply to reduce crime, which, as you know, is complicated. What are we doing? We're informing citizens about crime-related policy and local issues. We're bringing transparency to the criminal and judicial system. We're studying and utilizing best practices. We're analyzing data to track performance or using performance metrics. We started a Court Watch a year ago, last January, and our goals with the Court Watch are pretty unique. We want to inform citizens about how well their elected leaders are doing and what is going on in the courts, but also we want to identify problems, bottlenecks, inefficiencies, call attention to those things, get the right people together and provide solutions, and then go ahead and solve those problems. Our experience through Court Watch, where we saw things in different courtrooms, inspired us to begin collecting aggregate data. And our framework for collecting this data is what we call the life of a crime. And the life of a crime is pictured here as it goes through what we call the crime funnel, right? So this is not to say that there are not super important things that happen beyond our framework, and we're 100% supportive and recognize the importance of those things. But we're a small group. We're picking what we can manage, and that is the life of a crime. So the life of the crime starts obviously when a crime is committed, then the crime is reported, an arrest is made, bail is set. If the person's guilty, they're prosecuted, they get a case result, and it results in a sentence, which again, if they're guilty, ideally they will serve their sentence. There's a couple of off-ramps, which look like rearresting or reoffending, or ideally being rehabilitated. So if we apply this crime funnel to Memphis and understand that we're still working to gather a lot of the data, and this, spoiler alert, is where y'all come in, we know that about 44% of crimes nationally are not reported. We don't have any local estimates. In Memphis, we know that there are about 111,000 offenses, and this is from TBI data for 2024. So then we move on to the arrests. We know that about 17% of our offenses in Memphis are cleared. So this means that of those 111,000 offenses, we're clearing just more than 18,870 arrests. We set initial bail. We know from a University of Memphis report, although we don't have a lot of great data around this, that we release about 20% of people who get arrested on no bail. So they get arrested and they walk out of jail without posting any bail. That's about 3,774 of those 11,000 offenses. So we do a reasonably good job in Shelby County of collecting and reporting on law enforcement related data. We don't do such a great job on collecting and reporting data as it relates to the justice system. So once we move into the justice system and we want to know about the cases progressing through the justice system, it goes into this black hole of data. For example, we would like to know, once the person is prosecuted, how long it takes to finalize their case and resolve their case. There's no data available right now on how long it takes to process cases. As far as a final disposition or case result, we know that in Shelby County, about 56% of cases are dismissed. So that means that approximately 10,567 cases are dismissed. Regarding the length of the sentence, we don't have any data about how much or how long folks are serving their sentence if they're found guilty. If we look at the rearrest rate, right, so if someone is out on pretrial release, we want to know, are we doing a good job of identifying people who aren't a danger to the community, will meet the conditions of their bail, and will show up for their court case? we don't have good data to tell us whether or not the judges are doing a good job there. The University of Memphis did do a report which showed that within 120 days of being released, about 12% of people reoffend. Within about 500 days, 21% reoffend. But keep in mind, the police clearance rate is only 17%. So the actual number of people reoffending is a lot more than those percentages would suggest. And then regarding the length of sentence and the percentage of time served, we don't have any local data. We know that nationally that number is something less than 40% of people who are sentenced served the entirety of their sentence. And then we have no data on rehabilitation and any idea of whether or not our justice system is doing a good job rehabilitating folks. So our policy basically is, hey, public data should be publicly available. And the comptroller in the state of Tennessee agrees with us. The comptroller's report, which was issued in March, says that agencies within the Shelby County criminal justice system should collect and publicly report data for key metrics on a regular basis, which they are not currently doing. And the problem is that without data, we don't know how our systems are performing. We can't identify areas of improvement, and we don't know if the policy and solutions we're implementing are actually working because we're not measuring any of the outcome. We can't identify opportunities to better utilize taxpayer money, which is something y'all have been talking about all day today. So why does this matter to Shelby County? Well, again, I heard multiple conversations today about funding our jail, and we all know our jail is in rough shape. Even if we decided today that we were going to build a new jail, we are years away from having a new facility. So we need to be thinking about what we can do to manage the existing facility to our best ability so that it's safe for both prisoners and employees. If you can go back, sorry. So Shelby County Jail. $45,621,261. Anybody want to take a guess as to what that number is? I'll tell you as a spoiler. That is how much it has cost the county to keep those people that are in the red bars on my graph in jail for 500 plus days. Let me say that again. $45,623,261. Shelby County, it accounts for the 698 people who are on that list, which is most current as of 5/21/25. Did you know that the Shelby County Jail serves more than 9,000 meals a day with a budget of about $6.1 million annually just to feed the prisoners? Now, let's imagine that we can speed up the process of getting these cases through the court system and reduce the time that these folks are spending in jail. Well, it benefits everybody, right? The defendant, the victim, the defendant's family, the victim's family. The list goes on. But in addition, by our rough calculations, if you could speed up the process of case resolution by just 20%, you would be able to save over $9 million easily by the reduction in time folks are spending in jail. And we would also be able to get the jail under capacity, which is a huge thing. As you all know, the jail's over capacity in addition to all of its other problems. So the data matters. Tracking the data through the justice system really matters because then we can identify those areas of opportunity where we can push those cases through the system, whether it be requiring TBI data or we need mental health evaluations done, whatever it is, the data will tell us, and then we can work on pushing those cases through the system. So what do we need your help with? The most difficult part of our work so far has been just getting access to the data that we know the clerks are collecting. If we could get access to that data, we're a volunteer group. We're happy to do the analysis and see where it leads us and help come up with solutions to move forward. We also need to get the word out for Memphis Crime Beat. We are a volunteer organization. We need volunteers for our Court Watch program, for grant writing, fundraising, research. Basically, if you want to help us, we will find a way to put your talents to work. So if there's an opportunity in your district for us to come speak to the public about what we're doing and how they can get involved, we would really appreciate those opportunities. We only have 10 minutes. I've got a lot to say, but we would love the opportunity to meet with each of you, talk with you more about what we're doing, how we can help, what we can do to help you, and continue to push this ball down the road. And obviously, there's my email address if y'all have any questions. And thank you so much for your time and attention. I know it's the end of a long day.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor, and that was very well timed on top of everything else. So, I do have a couple commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and I'd rather push the ball than kick the can down the road.
Yes.
Yeah. My colleagues who are here, I need somebody that knows what I'm talking about to help me out. I see your first bullet point, and I see your page 6. Can somebody refresh my memory on what this body passed that was like a data dashboard, but it had to do with the newly elected judges and what was happening as far as either that revolving door or the type of sentences that those who had to go in front of those judges were receiving. I don't know who the commissioner was that brought it, but if you know what I'm talking about, please help me out. And I want to know who's still furnishing that information, because a lot of things that did happen, I'm going to say regardless. Well, I can say regardless. Regardless on what side of the political aisle you're on, I think that the data would speak for itself. You would probably have one side that would say, well, the judges are being too hard and we should water down some of the things that we have. But, you know, there were a lot of people on the conservative side. I'm more of a moderate, but hey, that would say that these judges are just letting these people out, and RR that you brought up being a percentage, some of the things are not being done. And I think that this body also talked about the role that the judicial commissioners also have for the purposes of this data as well. So can anybody on this body help me on what this body passed and who is keeping this information? Because judges are in for 8 years, not 4, 8. And a lot of things can happen or not happen within those 8 years. And I think this is part, not all, but part of the information that you are asking for so that you can come up with your own objective, objective, whatever you want to call it, your solutions, your recommendations, whatever you want to say. So can somebody on this body remind me what we did? Because it was right after this past election. There were a lot of judges that came, that won their elections, but there were a lot of judicial commissioner seats that were also open, and that's what brought that legislation. So I don't know. I don't know if you were that person or Commissioner Morrison or something, but I know we did something, and I just want to know where we're at with that and how can we help this organization as far as giving them that information, because that should be public information. I do agree with you. And I would not want to see particular judges that have won seats or got appointed to their seats doing things that would be completely adverse to tackling the crime element and things of that nature. But I just don't want it being something that we talk about, we pass something, but then 8 years later, did we really pay attention? Did we really put the data together? Did we? Because then there'll be another election, and if we have this is my last comment. If we have a large list of judges again, you know what people are probably going to do. They're probably going to, does that person his name begin with A? Okay, we're just going to go. You know how it goes, and then you don't know who you're going to get. So, Chair, I don't know if you remember what I'm talking about, but we did something. I just want to know where we're at on that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Yes, I think what you're making reference to is the requests that we made for additional reporting from the judicial commissioners and the General Sessions Court judges. And so now this body is getting twice annual reports from the University of Memphis and Dr. Jonathan Bennett on, but that is limited to what's happening in the bail hearing courtrooms or those bail hearing decisions. So I think what Ms. Taylor and Mr. Walker are speaking of is additional data points that we need to be collecting. I know we had last month at some point, Commissioner, also a presentation from the Comptroller's Office and some recommendations that from there that we've endorsed. And so I'm following up with the various clerks and judges to work on getting that data available. But yeah, certainly appreciate those remarks. Commissioner Sugar.
Am I allowed to speak? Sorry,
Ms.
Leslie Taylor. I wanted to say a couple of things. One, y'all, the commissioners came and actually reported that they had made their bond screening forms public by scanning them and making them available on the public portal. And that was hugely helpful because now we can go into the public system, we can pull up that bond screening form. We know which judicial commissioner signed off for the bond, how much it was, and further, we can even walk through and see what their line of thinking was and why they made the decision they made. That's huge. Now we have a lot better understanding on who's setting bail amounts and why. In a basic, very simple, to start with the low-hanging fruit, what we want to know is how long is it taking to process cases? And we want to know that sorted by the courtroom and the felony class. Because to your point about electing judges, right now the public has no information to base a vote on, right? Even if they wanted to, it's hard to find that information. If we knew how well each judge was managing their courtroom docket, that would be a huge, important piece of information the voters could use at the voting booth. And it's very simple information, and the clerks collect it. We just need them to give us a data dump so that we can analyze it and publish it.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so my question then becomes, with our new ERP system, will we be able to make things public, and if so, what? And so I guess this is to the attorney through the chair. What data can we make public? I know some of it's got to be private, but is there like a list of things that we can make public? For example, like the length of time that it takes, a docket to be processed, or individual goes to the court system, or things like that. And then for Taylor, the question for you is like, do you have a list of requests, for example, that maybe we could, reach out to see what we could actually make public? So, attorney?
Janika White, Special Counsel for the County Commission. Yes, those are things that can be made public, and from my understanding, they have provided a list, I think, over to City Council, and this is just what I know because they did this presentation. But to answer your question, yes, those things are public information. It just has to be coordinated with the clerk's office.
Okay. And so did you send us a list of things or criteria? And then the next question is for the chair. Can we make a resolution to that point to make it public, and to make it, I know the University of Memphis are doing some things. Is that made public?
So I guess I can go first. Commissioner, I'll be bringing a budget resolution forward to beef up what we're doing with data collection. I will be meeting with the criminal court clerk and the general sessions court clerk to see what, are there any additional resources they need to get that done? But we have an itemized list of pieces of data that we need to be collecting from the comptroller's office. So.
Thank you. And Taylor?
So in regards to your question to the University of Memphis, their reporting is made public. All their data analysis is done through a database that they have gotten special permission through I don't know who to put together. And that database would answer the questions that we would like answered, but the public doesn't have access to that database with public information in it.
Wow, that's interesting. So then that could be another request for the University of Memphis to allow that to be public, whatever they can. And then if we need to go back to the clerks to see, because I know, for example, with the eviction court, Judge Henderson has started a pilot program for evictions and things of that nature. I know she needs support and help as far as data collection, because the idea is to eventually have a housing court, which we don't have in Shelby County. They have in Davidson County and Rutherford County. So there also may be some things that the judges may, want to seek as far as data themselves. So maybe we can, have a conversation with the judges as well. Thank you.
All right, well said. Do you all have any final comments?
Just thank you. We appreciate your support.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, commissioners.
One more thing,
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Commissioner,
And so you stated here that you would do speaking engagements, and I'd like to invite you to my district. And also, I would love to join in the grant writing, because that's something that I would love personally to do to support and help your efforts. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have two add-on items. Can we read item 10?
Yes, sir. Item 10 is an add-on item. Item 10 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Applicant Agent on behalf of Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to apply for the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency Hazard Mitigation Grant and to accept funding for said equipment if awarded. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Sugarman. And good afternoon. If you all would give us your name and title, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brenda Jones, Director of Shelby County Emergency Management, Homeland Security. This resolution is a grant application requesting to replace 6 outdoor warning sirens. Some of our warning sirens are approximately 30 years old. We received a letter from the state saying they had some mitigation grant funding available, so we thought we'd take advantage of that opportunity to try to get 6 of our sirens replaced.
Okay. Is that all?
Yes, sir,
Is that
that's
all you
it.
got? Okay, I see Commissioner Ford in the queue.
Thank you. You said you needed 6 sirens to be replaced. How many do you have total out there?
We have 19 sirens. Well, we have 17, and you all just approved for us to purchase 2 more. Will give us a total of 19, but some of our sirens are 30 years old.
And I remember when you brought something similar to either get a grant or spend money regarding sirens after that tragic incident in Hawaii happened. Are these different sirens, or is this part of the 19? I want you to get what you want. I'm going to support it. I just want to make sure you got what you want.
This is part of the 19. What I'm trying to do is replace our older sirens. Since the state had the grant funding opportunity available, I'm requesting funds from the state because we already have the poles in the ground, so we're actually asking them to replace the sirens only. When we do the other request funding for the other sirens, Commissioner, sometimes if you get federal or state funding, you have to do an environmental study, and oftentimes when you do an environmental study, you still don't get approval to put the poles down in the ground. So these sirens will be placed on poles that are already in the ground.
My last question, thank you for that. My last question, I'm looking on page 14, and page 14 of the document actually has the addresses of the project locations. Again, I support your item. Is there any empirical evidence or data that is used in order to ascertain where these sirens would go, or are these the locations where the old sirens are now?
These are locations where we have the older sirens, yes, sir.
All right. I see some East Shelby Drive and some Arlington, and I see the representatives for both, so I don't know if they're going to vote for this or not, but we'll see what happens. But no, thank you for what you do, and I'm going to say this because it's around budget time. EMA, and out of that whole list, she's still making the lowest.
Are you serious?
She's down there with fire. And yes, I can show you the incumbency report, but this lady is our EMA and our Homeland Security, and she's being paid at the bottom of the chain. I hope there's something that can be done in this budget cycle to assist in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. That is shocking. So my question then becomes to my colleagues, are you all planning to bring a budget amendment?
You asked me?
Yeah, either one.
Look, if I say what I'm going to do, don't you know the 11th floor and the media and everybody else going to be like, what is he going to do? And then you know the media is going to write whatever they want to write. So do you think I'm going to, on public record, say whatever I'm going to do, Commissioner? I can say I'm going to the bathroom right now, and somebody from the administration will come down and try to lock all the doors of the bathrooms on the 6th floor. So I'm not saying a thing. I can show people better than I can tell them on a lot of things. Thank you.
So we'll look into it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. But that is shocking. That is shocking.
Thank you, Commissioner. So on the placement of these, though, are you primarily trying to reach unincorporated areas with these, or?
The 19 sirens will be in unincorporated Shelby County, yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, cast your votes, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Item 11.
Item 11 is an add-on item. Item 11 is a resolution approving the expenditure of Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency pass-through funds from the FY 2025 Homeland Security Emergency Operations Center grant in an amount not to exceed $797,790.98 for Emergency Operations Center software and audio-video equipment upgrades purchased from Memphis Communications Corporation. This item requires expenditure of Homeland Security Emergency Operations Center grant funds in the amount not to exceed $797,790.98, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Director Jones.
Director Jones, Shelby County Emergency Management Homeland Security Agency. This resolution to approve the expenditure of $779,790.98 of grant funding to update our Emergency Operations Center, and it's also requesting to use MCC, Memphis Communication Corporation, as the vendor. And I would state that they upgraded our ERC maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. We have a maintenance agreement with them. We did put this out for bid. We could not get any other vendors that were willing to come in and go and adapt to MCC's equipment that they already have. Also, if that happens, that's a possibility. We have a SLA agreement with them, a maintenance agreement. That's a possibility. It may void our maintenance agreement if we start bringing another vendor in to kind of access their equipment. So that's why we requested MCC to be the single source.
Okay. Thank you so much. I see no commissioners looking to be recognized. Let's take this to a vote, please. If all commissioners have voted, can we report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
And I don't have any other add-ons, so that concludes committee number 4.